Now that Attorney Williams is present, we may begin.
All right, I'm going to sit down. Oh, sorry.
Just a little bit from me to the committee, but all my favorite friends can listen in on this. Today we start with what I call the beauty pageant. And that's where we have members from the departments that frequently come before us in a more convivial way to introduce themselves. I will share their nicknames that I have for them and things like that. We are going to start this afternoon in the hearings, and we're going to start sharp at 1, so please be here 12:55. And the reason is because the person who is the prime sponsor of the 1 o'clock bill also has another bill to present a few minutes later. This is the price of popularity. I will, when I find them, introduce our committee assistant and researcher. Just a few words about how we proceed in hearings for those of you who are new. If you wish to speak to a witness, please put your hand up. If I don't see your hand, somebody else can kind of point. But we worked at this. Yes, I bought one of those extended hands that, you scratch yourself with in the shower because I could never see Representative Raymond down the end. So I finally concluded, you can always move her, so here she is. But if you put your hand up, wait to be recognized. And what you say next is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman is my preferred pronoun. I sit on my chair, but I am the chairman. Other people who pinch hit for me may have different ways they wish to be addressed, and that's fine. So you'll say, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and then turn to the witness and say, thank you for taking my question. It is a question. It's not a speech. There's time for that later. You don't set up your question with a preliminary remark. You simply ask a question. We are here to elicit information. There will be times for us to give our opinions to each other. Do not cross-examine the witness. If you come really close, believe me, I have too, and this isn't Congress. If you are a sponsor or co-sponsor of one of the bills that we will be hearing here, you have a choice. Either you can be a witness and testify, or you can be a member of the committee to ask other witnesses questions. You cannot do both. So if you decide to start asking witnesses a question and then you decide, oh, I'd love to go and testify, it's too late. So one or the other. If you ask a question and you think that that was only a partial answer being given, you can ask for a follow-up, and usually the signal is like that. Wait for me to say, yes, go ahead and follow up. If we are in a hearing where a lot of people have signed the pink card to speak, I may impose a 3-minute rule. People say that's not fair. I took a day off from work to get here. One of the best speeches I've heard from a witness lasted 47 seconds. It had all the information, it was clear, it was precise. If it is a paragraph, cut it down to a sentence. If it's a sentence, cut it down to a word or a phrase. It can be done. A lot can be said in 3 minutes. And quite frankly, those of us who have mild ADD stop listening after 3 minutes anyway, so you're not helping yourself. At 3 minutes, I will make some kind of a comment. You got to wrap it up, which means I'll give you about 15 seconds to wrap it up if you're testifying. And at the end of that, I'll cut you off. I control everyone's mics from right here. When we bring in members of an agency or a department, it isn't a 3-minute rule for them. They can make the presentations. They are expert witnesses. Execing bills. Right after we've had a hearing, it is possible to vote on that bill right then. Many of us find that helpful because if we wait a month, we've pretty well forgotten already what we've heard. So right after it. However, I will check with my ranking member and deputy ranking member what they think. And this worked really well the last couple of years. If it looks like it's going to be a close vote and one side or the other is short a person that would make a difference in what we recommend, I won't exec the bill at that time. We'll advertise when it will happen. If we think that we need a discussion further or that somebody might bring in an amendment, we won't exec the bill right away. We will usually only exec those bills where it's pretty clear all of us or most of us are on board with what we've got. The history of this committee going back a ways was not good. Many people believed that they were harmed by an extremely unfair and corrupt judicial system, and therefore we're going to fix them. We're going to run for office, asked to be put on this committee, and since very few people wanted to be, that was pretty much assured, and then we're going to fight. And as a result, very little actually got done. It got to the point where in 2016, in that day when we vote on House rules, Speaker of the House Sean Jasper was going to shut this committee down. Well, the House overruled him, but you got to know the idea of shutting a committee down has to say there have been some problems. My attitude is that we're not here to gang up against, we're here to gang up against problems, not people, not the department, not the judiciary, not that bureau. Even when we disagree, we are not to be disagreeable. We will work together. I find most people respond to that. And as a result, good things can happen. If you make a motion when we are voting, I move OTP, ought to pass, or ITL, inexpedient to legislate, you get a reward for making that motion. You get to write the committee report that will appear in the calendar. Those reports are due before you leave that day. They go to me, I have to proofread them. Then they go to the clerk, one or the other clerk, for disposal. Many people have asked the question, will there be a 2-year extension on the special committee on the Family Division of Circuit Court? You may remember Chairman Lynn's Judiciary Committee and my Children and Family Law Committee each named 5 people to this 10-person panel, and we got a lot done. I think, again, because we tried to work with and not against the judiciary. We tried to identify problems, and it was a wonderful relationship. We picked a lot of low-hanging fruit. Could we, Mr. Speaker, go further up the tree? And his answer was no, but. No, he is not going to reconstitute that committee. But he says, as chair of a committee, I can appoint a subcommittee. And I could appoint a subcommittee of whatever number to look at some of these issues, in effect, keep the thing going. So if this sounds something you are interested in, if you would like to be on such a subcommittee, think about it. We won't be doing this for 6-8 weeks at the earliest. Think about it. Think about what issues in the judicial system, family court, you think could use some attention. So any questions on process or procedure as a committee? Democrats, you can ask your ranking member and deputy ranking member. Republicans, you can ask me or the vice chair, and so on. With that, flown in at great expense is Attorney John Williams. I periodically inadvertently insult him by calling him representative. He knows I don't mean any ill by that. And Attorney Williams, if you would come up, tell us who you are, what you do, and then introduce people from the department.
Chairman Pearson, good morning. And for the record, my name is John Williams. I am the Legislative Director of Affairs, or Legislative Affairs Director for the Department of Health and Services. And I have actually a history with this committee, and a good one. I started with this working with the department back in 1998, and I found myself soon here prior to the turn of the century. And this was my first and favorite committee. I was with the program area, one that you'll hear from today. It was then the Division for Child Support Services. Now it's under the Division for Economic Stability, Bureau of Child Support Services. I've had the pleasure of serving amongst with this committee, working with you on important initiatives, going all the way back to Pat Dowling, Ed Moran, and also the wonderful Kimberly Rice, who through their leadership has done extraordinary things over the year. And I have the pleasure of working with you, Chairman Pearson, and as well as our staff here today who are prepared to present. I do have one of your favorite items, which is our double-sided, and you can imagine on a 3-day weekend, for us to be able to get this to the printer so you have good stock, we do have this. This is the legislative contact list for the department. It has key staff, both the directors, the associate commissioner, deputy commissioner, and also very importantly to you, our legislative liaisons. I could not do the incredible work that the department does without the team effort from those that you will see from behind me. So with that, with no further ado, I will turn it back over to you, Chairman Pearson. I will certainly hand these out, and I believe the first item for presentation before your committee is going to be the Division for the Bureau of Child Support Services is going to be first, followed by the Division for Children, Youth, and Family, and then also after that, the Bureau of Children's Behavioral Health. And they're very well spoken. They'll do a phenomenal job. And I just want to thank you all as we started on probably the coldest day I can ever remember coming to a legislative hearing here. And I'm meaning on the outside, not on the inside of the building. So thank you so much.
And Council, your heart should be warmed to know that it looks like the Speaker's office will name the people to DHHS Oversight Committee. So Friday at 1, we're still on.
Thank you.
And who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Attorney Matthew Hayes. I'm a staff attorney and legislative liaison for the Bureau of Child Support Services. And I have with me today our Bureau Chief, Lisa Dekatowski. We're happy to answer any questions the committee has, but we've presented a brief overview of our agency, and I'm going to let her present that. And we have some copies for everybody as well.
This sheet that was passed around from Attorney Williams on very expensive cardstock is who you need to know and how you can find them. And this is helpful, committee members, if you have a constituent who has a question. Who over there in the big department should I call? This will be helpful to you. So tell me again, so I can find it on the card, the name of your group?
Bureau of Child Support Services.
Child Support Services. Okay.
And my name is Matthew Hayes.
Right.
It might also be under Division of Economic Stability.
Let's just wait a second and find a Division of Economic Stability. Okay. Yeah, second side, right hand, at least halfway down. We are good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Attorney Hayes indicated, my name is Lisa Dekatowski, and I am the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Child Support Services. I've had the pleasure of being in this position for several years now. However, I've been with the Child Support Program for almost 11 years now, with the Department of Health and Human Services for over 20 years. Well, we have prepared for you just a short slide deck of some general information about our Bureau. who we are and what we do and the services that we provide. Certainly, our contact information is available to you. As Attorney Hayes mentioned, we are here for you as a resource. Please feel free to reach out to us. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have generally about our child support program here in New Hampshire. And certainly as providing this information to you today, if you have any questions, please let us know. We'd be happy to try to answer those for you. We are not hoping to take a lot of your time today. We understand you have a lot to cover today. So the handout should complement the information that we hope to share with you and act as a resource. I just want to begin with the mission of the child support program, which is to encourage responsible parenting, family self-sufficiency, and child well-being. And we do that by providing services to help locate parents who may be absent from their family household, assist in establishing paternity or legal fatherhood for children. We help families to establish and or modify support orders, which include child and medical support orders. And we also help families enforce those court-ordered obligations when it is necessary. So the child support program really seeks to achieve positive outcomes for children by addressing the needs and the responsibilities of parents to help support them. You know, children need both parents and support in many ways, and our program is designed to try to assist families in many different circumstances, but our largest contribution is to help provide income for families to support their economic mobility by collecting and dispersing child support payments. And in doing so, we engage with both parents and serve both parents in the household through the services we provide. Helping families receive child support really isn't as income reduces child poverty and promotes self-sufficiency. So in helping families address some of the economic barriers that they may have to compliance, we are better able to assist the whole family. And we do that by partnering with a number of stakeholders and community services within our state and the greater community. So our Bureau of Child Support Services, as mentioned, is within the Department of Health and Human Services. We lie within the Division of Economic Stability. And we are the child support program in general is one of the largest income support and anti-poverty programs for families we have here. And families, we provide services to families of children whose parents or caretaker do not reside in the same household together, and we collect and enforce on court-ordered obligations for child support. And we provide both in-state and out-of-state services, and in some circumstances, we work with our international partners as well as some tribal communities as well. So either parent can apply for our services. We collect and distribute private, not government funds to families to help pay for their basic needs. And we are always trying to engage and assist parents who are willing and able or unable to support their children, and only work to enforce the responsibilities of those obligations when parents are unwilling. So we provide our service delivery that we have is available statewide. We provide services within all of our district offices. We are there to help families. Nationally, the child support program collects approximately $29.6 billion nationally for families, and 97% of those funds that we collect go directly to families. So here in New Hampshire, in fiscal year 2023, our program dispersed about $76 million to the families that we are servicing. And much of that is often about 90-ish% of that goes directly to the families. And about 75% of the income that we collect is done through an income withholding order here in our state. So we have we work very closely with our court systems. We work very closely with our employers here in New Hampshire, both of which play a vital role to helping us secure income for families here in our state. Our governing authority is, we operate under an approved state plan for the title Roman numeral 4D or Part D of the Social Security Act. And under our approved plan is how our program operates the services that we are required to provide as a 4D child support program. And you know, through the last 50 years, so the Social Security Act for the child support program was enacted in 1975. So this program has been in existence for 50 years. And in the last, 10 to 15 years, the child support program has really moved to a family-centered, whole family approach. And that is certainly something that we strive for and take great pride in here in New Hampshire at the Bureau as well. So in your slide deck, I have put references to all of our governing authorities for you, should you wish to reflect on those and act as resources. Of course, as I mentioned, one of our key areas of program operations is to help engage families to comply with their support orders. And in doing so, we can offer, we have kind of a broad array of different types of authority to be able to help families comply with their orders when they are unwilling. And it's important to note that their ability to pay must be taken into consideration when we're looking at taking that authority towards helping families to comply. But our first line of defense is always to really look at what the economic barriers are to families' success to be able to comply with those orders and try to alleviate those barriers as much as possible by connecting them with community resources and services however possible. So again, we have provided a little bit of our information about what those authorities are for you. If you have any specific questions, we'd be happy to try to answer them. Really, we contribute to the strength and economic mobility of families by collecting and dispersing child support that is owed to them. And we work with a number of additional departments, additional members of our departments to help facilitate that. What I just would like to convey in closing is that, we really are more than just a collection agency or an enforcement agency. We do help to provide, alleviate stressors for families, help connect them to communities, establish paternity, bring parents together, ensure that they engage with positive and healthy interactions whenever possible, and work to, again, service the whole family as much as we can. So we are here to assist you however we possibly can as you move forward with your session. If there are any specific questions regarding child support or the program, that we would be happy to answer to you. And we thank you for your time.
Madam Bureau Chief, on page 8, the top slide, one of the enforcement remedies is listed as passport denial. We have a bill coming before us this afternoon. An individual, the way his paycheck and transmittal thing broke goofily, he was 4 cents short, but therefore the only reporting was he was not in compliance. So his passport was denied. So this afternoon, we want to keep passport denial for the deadbeats, but we do not want to have someone like himself suffer as he has and people like him that he knows. So that'll be coming up this afternoon. Also, to your knowledge, or actually anybody else's knowledge, we looked at the question of license suspension in the last legislative session because it's very hard to garnish somebody's wages if they can't drive to their job and they live in a place where there is, we don't have a subway system in New Hampshire. So I don't know. What did we do with that last term? Does anybody remember, Representative Raymond?
Both of those, there were issues with whether or not we would lose, I think it was like $20 million a year in federal funding if we passed those bills.
Okay.
So I'll be interested to hear what the updated numbers are for how much federal funding is tied to those federal requirements that child support comply with.
Thank you so much. In our hearings from the general public in the Special Committee on Family Court, we had numbers of people testify that the spouse was under a judicial income withholding order, but the income wasn't withheld, and that there were people who could pay but didn't pay. And one person says that is either fantasy or an outlier, but we kept hearing that. And this isn't to put anybody, judiciary or yourselves, on the spot. It's just, should someone come to me with that complaint about the spouse, that that person is not observant of the court rulings, are you the people we go to?
So if a family structure has an order for child support and the court has ordered that child support be paid by an income assignment, either parent can apply for our services and we can assist them with initiating an income withholding order.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Any other questions from anyone else on the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Bureau Chief, Counselor. Or did you have a presentation, Counselor?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, and my information on there is on there. Oh,
Question, Representative Rice. Is your mic on? It is.
I guess it is now.
A little red light appears.
Yeah. So what is the threshold for considering passport refusal in arrearages? 4 cents seems ridiculous to me. Is there a threshold before you go? Because I'm going to be straight up. I'm still owed $70,000 in child support, right? So I could understand you holding his passport and everything else if you could ever find him. But 4 cents just seems really ridiculous to me. And how does something like that happen?
thank you for the question, Representative. And we can expand on that later on this afternoon. But I think I would say that preliminarily, talking about our passport program, it's a federal program, and they set the guideline to be $2,500. So if someone is in $2,500 in arrears, then they get submitted to the passport denial program. It will stay denied until it reaches zero, or if they work out something with our agency. So if they theoretically, and I can't speak about this person's case, or do I really know anything about this particular case, but hypothetically, what should happen is a person would get notification from Department of State, I believe. I can verify that, but they would get notification that their passport was denied, and they would be most likely prompted to reach out to their case officer with a bureau. And the idea is to sort of work out something that's going to be agreeable to all parties. And so, if there's a hardship, for example, those types of factors can be taken into consideration as well. So
I'm hoping, Counselor, you can be here for that hearing, which is at 2:00.
I will be, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Uh-huh.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marie Noonan, and I'm the Director for the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. And I was appointed to my role in September of 2024. However, I've worked for DCYF for the past 25 years in various capacities. So I'm happy to be here this morning to present to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have today or as you move forward in session.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of this very, very important committee. My name is Susan Larrabee, and I am Chief of Legal, Regulatory, and Legislative Affairs, or you can just call me Susan. And I have been with the Division for Children, Youth, and Families for exactly a year. It's been a year on Friday. Before that, I was a career prosecutor here in Merrimack County as well as in Brooklyn, New York.
And neither one of you come from New Jersey. The string is broken.
That's right.
Remember
That's
Jeff and Joe? Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, Mr. Chair, but some of us receive.
Okay, it's still coming around, the handouts.
Thank you.
They're coming
kindly.
this
I
way.
just wanna-
That's it. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
Does everyone have a copy of the presentation?
Coming. Do you have a copy of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, yes, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this morning, I will present you an overview of DCYF, including our mission, some data, and information about our strategic priorities and looking forward in the future. And I'll start on slide 1 with our DCYF mission. And our mission is to really partner with families and communities to provide resources and supports that lead to the safety and healthy development of children, youth, and the communities in which they live. And I do want to emphasize the work that DCYF does on behalf of children and youth with their families. Many people that think about the work of DCYF and sometimes even the workforce as we interview potential new hires, think about the work that we do with children. But the partnerships that we have with families are really important to ensure that families have what they need to be able to care safely and nurture their children. There are 3 primary functions of DCYF, and those are Child Protective Services, Juvenile Justice Services, and the work at the Sununu Youth Services Center. For Child Protective Services, we operate under RSA 169C, and within that RSA, we investigate and assess allegations of child abuse and neglect, and we provide for the safety, permanency, and well-being of child victims or children at risk of maltreatment. Under our Juvenile Justice Services, we have delinquency, which is under 169B, and CHINS, or Child in Need of Services, which is under RSA 169D. And within our Juvenile Justice Services, we also support children and youth, and we seek to remediate the challenges with delinquency and also support children and youth identified as children in need of services. The Sununu Youth Services Center is within RSA 621, and that is our secure treatment facility, and where we provide a safe and secure environment for detained and committed youth to receive crisis intervention, mental health, and treatment services in that secure setting. Moving on to slides 4 and 5, you'll see data regarding our central intake, which is the hotline where people report concerns for abuse and neglect. And you can see some data here. If you look to slide 4, slide 5, you'll see a better visual of the trend of calls to central intake between 2019 and 2023. You'll also see a breakdown by type of report. So you'll see at the bottom of slide 5, the pink color is those calls to intake that are screened in. Screened in means calls that met criteria to be investigated by our field-facing child protective service workers. The blue color are those calls that are screened out. So for a screened out call to central intake, what that means is it did not meet criteria for investigation. However, we're still able to provide an intervention for the person reporting or for the family through referrals that we make from central intake or through a community navigator program where we have a person with lived experience be able to make outreach to the reporter or the family to, again, provide information and potential referrals. The calls designated in that yellow category are noted as additional information. So those calls to central intake are kept and sent on for information because we're already involved with a family. So the call itself does not meet criteria for a new investigation. However, because we may already have an open investigation or an open case, the information received is passed on to the ongoing child protective worker as information for them to consider. On slide 6, these are our total new investigations. So once a call comes through our hotline, is screened as meeting criteria for investigation. This is the count of the total new assessments or investigations conducted between 2019 and 2023. You can see there was a dip in 2020 around the time of COVID and a bit of a steady increase from then. I know I don't have 2024 data on this slide. However, preliminarily, the number does dip down a bit again. So the trend does not continue up. The trend is similar to 2021. Slide 7 shows the open cases. Once a decision is made on the investigation that it's necessary for DCYF to open a case and serve the family in a longer term process of providing services and working with the family, we would open a case. So the top information, the top data slide on slide 7 shows the trend of open cases between 2019 and 2023. And the bottom half of the slide shows the number of children served at any point during those years. The pink is the total number served. The blue is the number of children served in placement or out of home care. The yellow is the number of children served in their homes. And the green are the number of children served in voluntary cases. Moving on to slide 8. In our juvenile justice, we've been under transformation since about 2019 or a bit before that time we began, but more significantly since 2019. And we're really looking to build alternatives to the juvenile justice involvement through diversion and our children's system of care. It's trying to understand youth needs before they need formal system involvement in the juvenile justice formal process, where we intentionally divert and deflect when the needs can be met outside of that formal juvenile justice system. It's based on providing individualized care and the rules of probation and case plans on identified needs and strengths of youth. You can see on slide 9, this is an example of one of the ways that we would divert youth from the formal juvenile justice system, and that's through work with our children's system of care, a program called Fast Forward, which is high fidelity wraparound services. And you can see between October 16th and January of 2024, the significant increase in our use of Fast Forward programming for youth. On slide 10 is a visual of our open juvenile justice cases. The top half of the slide is numbers of juvenile justice case open, and you can see the decrease between 2019 and 2023 of numbers of youth involved in open cases. The visual on the second half of slide 10 is a count of juvenile justice youth in placement. And again, since 2019, you can see the significant decrease in juveniles who are in out-of-home placement. Slide 11 further illustrates the work done by the juvenile justice transformation efforts. And you can see a decrease over time in the number of youth at the Sununu Youth Services Center. The greenish color is the total number of youth, and then it's broken out by committed and detained, with committed being the blue trend line and detained being the orange. Slide 12 depicts deliberate work that we're really proud of at DCYF. We've made significant efforts and will continue to for the next couple of years to ensure that when youth or children require out-of-home placement, that they're able to be residing in a community-based caregiving setting, such as kinship care or foster care, rather than residential group home treatment. And on the slide on page 12, you can see the yellow line is a depiction of the children in kinship care. And kinship are relatives or people known to the child, such as a coach or a babysitter or someone that the child is comfortable and could live with. So
Also known as fictive.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. So that yellow line, for the first time, you can see in about October of 2024, crossed over. So we had more children in kinship care than we did in foster care or residential treatment. On slide 13, there's a brief outline here to look at our strategic priorities for 2025 and 2026. And we're really looking to the future. And so what's next for DCYF? So we've spent about the past 5 years really transforming our juvenile justice system. We've brought on a lot of evidence-based services, many with your support. And so we thank you for that. And so where do we look to now? And this slide depicts this. So the 4 areas that we intend to focus on are included in that circular visual. It's our case practice in blue, our service array in green, building our new YDC in orange, and in purple, we'll also be building a new electronic case management system to replace the system that we have currently from 1997. In our practice, in the upper left-hand corner, we'll reduce the percent of youth in residential treatment. We'll increase the percent of youth who lived in family settings, kinship, relative, and foster family homes. Next to our service array, we'll increase children served in their own homes and increase foster home availability for children. Specifically, we hope to increase availability for children aged 14 to 17. Our new facility will be open by December of 2026. We'll train all employees in a trauma-informed care model called Target. And our census will not exceed 12 youth at any point in time. Our case management system, Granite Families, will be launched by December of 2026. And we believe with these goals in mind and this focus that we'll be able to achieve the best outcomes possible for the children and youth that we serve. And our goal is really to build trust and confidence in our agencies so that families feel open to our involvement, open to our engagement with them, open to our ability to understand their strengths and needs so that we can best meet those needs. On the next slide, on slide 14, I'm just going to take a moment to dig in a little bit further on 2 of the goals, practice, and then the next slide will be the service array. So under practice, we're really going to focus on ensuring that family engagement is at the heart of DCYF. We believe improving family engagement will ensure that children can live safely with their parents or in an alternative setting if necessary, as often as possible. We plan to engage with families, have transparent communications. We want to focus on identifying strengths and needs. We also need to ensure that caregivers, so relatives, kinship providers, foster care providers, feel valued, feel a part of the process, and feel like they're at the table with us before, during, and after placement to reduce use of residential treatment by ensuring the caregivers have what they need. slide 15. We have a dedicated focus on trying to ensure we have the right services for the right children and youth and families at the right time. We need to strengthen our community-based services to ensure their quality and that they are available at the time they're needed. Our goal is really to prevent any child, youth, and family from coming any more deeply into our formal system than is absolutely necessary to meet their needs. And how we're talking about doing that is through engagement in these services, is by ensuring at every opportunity. So at central intake, if we're able to stop the family from coming into having an open investigation by providing referrals at that point, by offering a community navigator to talk and work with the family around their needs, then we should do that and prevent them from having any further involvement with DCYF. If we do have an investigation, let's try to service that family with quality services through that investigative process or through a voluntary case. If we're required to open a case and serve the family longer term, let's make sure we can do it in the family's home. If we need to remove the child from the home, let's make sure we're using community-based services, placement options like kinship and foster care. So our effort is really to be as preventative in nature as possible, and again, prevent the family from coming any more deeply into our system than is necessary. And that concludes the presentation that I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Couple of things for me, Madam Director, on slide 13, the new facility.
Yes.
Will that be the one that's going up in my front yard?
Yes, that's the one in Hampstead.
200 yards away from my house. And I really appreciate how well you folks in the department worked to help me, let's just say, intersect with the locals, of which I am one, but still. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And it lists here 12 youth, yet we expanded it a little bit in terms of bedrooms. Could you speak to why that was?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we need to make sure that we have space to spread youth out. So the new YDC will have 18 beds, but the goal will be no more than 12 youth in those 18 beds. And we need the additional beds for things like new admissions, someone that might be sick, if someone has COVID. We need to be able to separate into different locations within the building. Oftentimes there's a court order to keep certain youth separated from one another. They might be mutually involved in the same case. We've got gender reasons to separate youth. So there's a variety of reasons that we may need youth to not be congregated so closely together. So we need the additional bed space to spread.
There may be a time in the future when a committee akin to my special committee for the family division of circuit court is convened to look at DCYF. I sincerely hope we get it right this time.
Agreed.
And I will do everything I can to make sure if it's reconstituted, it is reconstituted in a collaborative attitude.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Representative Raymond.
Yay. Thank you very much,
Yay.
Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. On slide number 11, you've broken down kids who are committed versus detained. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit about what the differences are between those two pathways into care.
Sure. Sure. Committed youth are those that have committed an offense before age 18, where if they had been adult, it would be a felony or a misdemeanor. And detained youth they are not yet adjudicated, and they are ordered into the care of a restricted facility. So not a residential treatment facility or a foster home, but into this secure setting.
So thank you, just to clarify. So the committed kids are ones who have already gone to trial and been convicted, whereas detained, they're awaiting trial
Yes, generally speaking.
or
yes.
awaiting
Yep.
a verdict.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative McMahon.
And thank you for taking the question, team members right here. Specific to page 5, and asking you what your guidance would be relative to the screen in and screen out. Are there specific criteria for the individuals doing these evaluations for those who then determine which door do they go through next? Or is it interpretive or is it specific on what the rules are?
So we have specific policy that guides our central intake staff. So we have child protective service workers that take the initial calls. They enter information into our database. They review our policy and our definitions. They review any involvement that the family already has with us. They think about factors such as the age of the child, the potential risk as a result of any unique factors. Is this a disabled child? Is it a young infant? And then they understand the caregiver's behavior or whatever the allegations of abuse neglect are, and they look at that in the lens of our policy to make a screening decision. That's also then reviewed by the supervisor at central intake before the final decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Corzine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for answering the question.
Good.
I'll get the hang of it. Specific to page 7, I'm wondering why the explosion in the green for the in prevention cases for the last 2022 and 2023.
Yeah. That we actually view that as positive. So those prevention cases are not, they're not open court cases. Those are situations where families voluntarily entered into an open case, either with DCYF or with one of our 2 contractors who oversee community-based voluntary services for us and are able to provide services in an effort to prevent deeper involvement in the system. So the increase in prevention cases is a positive where we see families open and interested to the services that we can provide.
Follow up?
Thank you. You would think that you would see the other lines go down as the green bar rises. So are we looking at a lot of kids that are still being missed?
So I'm not sure that we would, so those that are in green are sometimes the highest need families that often don't get served through DCYF or its community service availability. So while I realize we're not seeing a decrease in the total children served overall, I still would not see it as a negative to know that we're serving more children in those prevention cases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and taking my question. My question is related to slide 5, and I'm wondering if you could please help me understand a little bit better, and I'll just give you a scenario that I thought about in my mind. If there is a family that has, let's say, 3 open cases, 3 different allegations, and there is another call, the allegation would be unrelated to the 3 that are already open. Would that be regarded as a 4th open case, or would that be regarded as additional information?
So if there are 3 allegations regarding a family and a 4th unrelated is called in to our central intake, each allegation needs to meet our criteria, as Representative McMahon outlined and asked of me. So each unique allegation needs to meet criteria to result in an investigation regarding that allegation. So it would be taken on its own merit based on the call to us. But exactly, I think maybe the point that you're asking describes what the additional information is. So if that 4th call did not meet the criteria for a new physical abuse allegation, let's just say, that would be sent on to the current child protective service worker as added information. So here, this did not meet criteria, but here's some information that you could talk with the family about, may help answer a question for you, might give you the name of a collateral person that you could contact to learn more about. But again, each allegation in and of itself needs to meet its own criteria, or else it's an additional information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Regarding the new YDC facility, could you refresh my memory in the legislation that passed in informing this? Was there a provision in there for reports of monthly census? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that, but I could get you
Okay.
that information.
Thank you.
And is your question specifically once it opens, whether there's a,
Yes, because that's when the 12 to 18 will be
Okay.
there, and I'd like to keep track of the census.
You'll keep us appraised, yes?
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so much, Madam Director, Counselor.
thank you.
And just for clock management, we're moving on to the judiciary at no later than 11:30. I think we'll be okay. You are very good with clock management, by the way. You help us so much in oversight. Who's next? Aha, good.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Katya Fox. I am the Director of the Division for Behavioral Health. With me, I have Daryl Tenney, who is the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Children's Behavioral Health, and he'll be speaking to the deck that you're just getting right now. I want to open by first saying that I had the opportunity yesterday to spend a little time prepping for this, and I read each of your bios. So I went online and I was looking at the legislative site and said, who's on that committee? And it really struck me how great depth and experience that you all have in this space. So we're going to talk about the children's system of care in a formal manner, and it's actually in statute, the system of care, but just realize you are part of the system of care. And I hope you recognize that as we talk about all the services that we do provide for families and children. And so with that, I'll describe the division. We are made up of the division of, as I said, the Bureau of Children's Behavioral Health. We also have the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services, the Bureau of Mental Health Services, which addresses the adult population, and the Bureau of Homeless Services. And all together, we work side by side to really address the needs of families when it comes to behavioral health conditions. And again, going back to the system of care in statute, it is to have an integrated and comprehensive delivery structure for the provision of publicly funded behavioral health services to New Hampshire children and youth. And so again, we're going to be talking about a lot of things that we know and they come off the tip of our tongue very easily, and it may not be as familiar to you. So please understand when we talk about these, if you want more description, please just let us know and we'll be happy to do that. But the bottom line is we're here to serve families and children in their behavioral health needs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Daryl, who will walk you through the deck.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee. To many of you, I'm new. It's great to meet everybody. I'm hoping to see you, this group, much more in the future. A lot of the work that we do is broad, and understanding that this overview goes into a broad lens in many different ways. I'm hoping to tell a story. I'm hoping to share the picture. I'm hoping to talk about the children's system of care work that's been happening for many years. I do want to give a shout out to our small but mighty Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health. I've been with our Bureau since 2016. I've been in a clinical role for many years prior to that. I know I probably look a little bit young sitting here. I assure you I've been in the clinical role for a couple decades. So I understand the children's system. I've done a lot of work with the children's system of care as we've built it together. So I will follow through the slides. I've been known to go off the script here and there. You may hear that, but I welcome any questions, and we'll move on through. I do want to say it's hard for families to navigate systems. I think I want to recognize that. I've being in this field for as long as I have. I've seen it. I've lived it. I have children of my own. I understand what it's like to navigate needs of children, and having families struggle through that is difficult. We serve all families in that way. And the Children's System of Care framework is really meant as a way to ensure that families are able to go through a continuum of care as easily as possible. Our previous presentation talked a lot about systems and prevention of high-level needs. And as I go through this presentation, you'll see why this is so critical to be able to help prevent youth from needing high levels of care to meet those needs. And so we have children all over our communities with behavioral health challenges. Looking to build resilience is really important. If you turn to slide 3, you're gonna see a lot of pre-work that has been done to help support the work that we've done over the last handful of years, at least. One of which Katya had mentioned already, RSA 135F, which is our system of care law. And so I know Katya had shared the information around that law, but it's been critical and really required us to have in statute a continuum of care for all children. What you're going to see for the next several slides are the tiered services, the tiered supports that we have developed or that we collaborate very closely with other parts of the department, other partners in our local communities. But I wanted to at least ensure that folks here in the committee had an understanding of all of the work that has been over a long period of time. And I do want to highlight, this overview will also talk quite a bit around our partnerships as we map on through. So I'm going to shift to slide 4 a bit, and this is really our Children's System of Care framework, as you'll see it here, very colorful. I'm going to go through each tier at a high level, but really what I want to share the most from this particular slide is really the framework overall. And it is truly meant to be the continuum, right? So we want families to be able to access the level of care that is needed, when they need it, how they need it. And that's really important. So having assessment at each part of the tiered system is key. You'll also see here that the values that are embedded in each one of our contracts and each one of these tiers is really critical in what we do at a bureau level, at a department level. And so I'll list them here, but they're all very critical. We have trauma-informed, family and youth-driven, community-based, ensuring youth are being served and supported in our communities, and culturally and linguistically competent. And again, we ensure that these values are embedded in all of the contracts that we oversee at the Children's Bureau. So I'm going to shift to slide 5, and this is really going to dive into our Tier 1 services. And so we consider Tier 1 early identification, screening, and access to resources. We rely quite a bit on partnership in this particular tier, and I won't read all of the services that are bulleted out here for timing purposes, but it's really critical for the committee to understand how far-reaching those partnerships are. We work very closely with public health. There's several initiatives coming out of public health to support population health, maternal childhood health, early interventions, certainly other parts of the division and department that we collectively work with. We do have a direct contract with a peer-to-peer youth grief supports, and that has been critical in terms of prevention for youth that has experienced a grief or a loss. And so that preventative Tier 1 services is really critical for what we've built in. We also work very closely with managed care organizations. There are 3 managed care organizations, and we meet with them frequently to ensure that we're talking about certain members that may be stuck, may need help navigating the system in any particular way. And I do want to recognize that RSA 135F really statutorily has us working very closely with the New Hampshire Education Department. And so we join New Hampshire Education to ensure that we're providing a continuum across this tier. I did also highlight the collaboration with early childhood services, long-term supports and services, early supports and services. That's also very critical for our Tier 1 interventions. So I'm going to skip to slide 6, which we really consider Tier 2, community-based services, which are available to all. Many of us know that we've had core, really, our community mental health centers have been core to much of the work that we've done for many years in New Hampshire. We have 10 community mental health centers, of course, that provide a broad array of supports. We do co-oversee with the Bureau of Mental Health Services a contract for all of those community mental health centers. And we continue to provide that quality oversight. They're really just a core service to that tier supports. Multiple families access the community mental health center system. We also partner very closely with federally qualified health centers, and while we don't have any direct contracts with federally qualified health centers, there are over 65 federally qualified health centers in New Hampshire. I won't name them all, of course, but we do have several that attend our community or our children's behavioral health, our Children's System of Care Advisory Committee pretty regularly, so to ensure that there's connection there. I did want to highlight here our partnership, especially in Tier 2, around youth that are involved in special education. So our connection with school districts are critical here. Youth with 504 plans, our connection with Parent Information Center, as well as the Bureau of Developmental Services are really important in Tier 2. So I'm going to shift to slide 7. Tier 3, so we really consider this for when youth or a child or youth or their families need some more intensive community-based services. This tier is really meant to capture and support those more intensive needs within the community. And I know in the previous presentation from DCYF, they had referenced a Fast Forward program. We also highlight that here. We do have 2 care management entities that provide 3 different types of services, Fast Forward being one of them. We also have an early childhood wraparound program, which is very similar to the Fast Forward program, just a younger target population, as well as an enhanced care coordination service that is meant to support youth transitioning in it's meant to support youth that are either transitioning into a residential setting or out of a residential setting in efforts to set them up to be successful in the community. We also partner very closely with organizations that provide partial hospitalization programs. Several join the Children's System of Care Advisory Committee as well. Through our Fast Forward program, we also work very closely with several certified individualized service option providers, many of which are similar to providers that DCYF use, but several other intensive in-home providers that can be available to families through this high-level service. So I'm going to turn to slide 8. I did want to briefly highlight. I am recognizing I could probably take 30 minutes for each one of these tiers, so this high level is tough for me. Slide 8 is really representing for when youth are being contemplated for residential treatment, and this has been a critical shift in our thinking around how do we support youth that do need that high level of care. And again, the goal of the system of care is to prevent high levels of care like episodes of residential treatment. We want youth and families to be successful in the community. But when all else fails, a youth and a family has tried everything, we also want to make sure that their needs are matching the right type of care. What slide 8 represents is really a New Hampshire single standardized assessment, which is really meant to identify the needs of youth that are being contemplated for that episode of residential treatment. You'll see in the diagram below, and I'll talk a little bit about the child adolescent needs and strengths on the right, but on the left-hand side, you'll see a diagram here, which is a key reform or transformation that New Hampshire has gone through as it pertains to youth being contemplated for residential treatment. You'll see here on the bottom left that there has been an additional added community access, voluntary access for youth that require an episode of residential treatment. And that's something that had not been available prior to a lot of our system of care work. Typically, when a youth requires a high level of care, like episode of residential treatment, they were being funneled to DCYF and or being placed educationally for that need. So this additional ability to access residential treatment allows families to access that more quickly, and then in turn really return to the community as quickly as possible. I could probably spend 30 minutes on the child adolescent needs and strengths tools, and I know I don't have time for that, but I did want to recognize that this is a standardized tool that's utilized as part of the comprehensive assessment for treatment process. This is a tool that's embedded in essentially all of the tiers of the children's system of care framework, and I could talk and answer any questions around the use of the CANs and how that's integrated in further slides. So we'll shift to slide 9. This is really talking a bit around when youth are accessing episodes of residential treatment. You can see here that we really are considering residential treatment as part of the system when a youth does need a residential episode. It is important that they're matched to the right level of care. And so this is referencing those levels of care programs that we support within our Bureau. I've talked a little bit about that universal assessment process. That process helps to determine the right level of care or makes a recommendation to an appropriate level of care. And then I talked a little bit about the new created pathways for voluntary episodes of treatment in this particular tier. Slide 10 really recognizes tier 5, which we consider the acute care and crisis response tier. These are typically for youth that are experiencing some level of crisis and need a quick response. This includes our oversight of the access point, a mobile crisis response, and many of you may know we do have a statewide mobile crisis response in New Hampshire for both adult and children's, and so we work very closely and partner very closely with the Bureau of Mental Health Services around that mobile crisis work. And that's been critical for the system of care success over the last few years or so. We do work very closely with emergency departments, of course, when youth are staying there, being evaluated in an emergency department, perhaps for an acute psychiatric hospitalization. We do hear about those cases pretty frequently. There are certainly built-in meetings to talk about the quote unquote youth that are stuck, and so we work with our emergency departments very closely to ensure that we can get the youth to the right level of care. And we also have the New Hampshire Hospital Association joining our advisory committee as well. And I do want to recognize this is really where our partnership with our one designated receiving facility, Hampstead Hospital, sits, and we do partner very closely with Hampstead for youth that are receiving acute psychiatric hospitalization while at Hampstead, whether they're stepping down back to the community. We want to ensure that they're being referred to the right types of services that best meets their needs, or if they're being contemplated for that high level of care that we're already talking about that transition plan thereafter. So that partnership is very, very close. Slide 11 is really exciting. It essentially, well, it's exciting for me, so I'll hold that as bias, but it's our Children's Behavioral Health Resource Center website, and the good news is everything that I'm sharing here it lives in this website, and it's really meant to be a resource for families, for providers. On this website, you'll find search tool, different, or really a breakdown of the levels of care, helping families navigate where their needs may fit potentially within the system of care structure. There is a living, breathing, maintained search tool that is available to all families, so the families can search based on the needs of the child. And so this went live back in January. I can't believe it's already been a year, but it went live back in January of 2024. And so we've been really supporting that through contract. It is a .gov website, and it's consistently maintained from a resource standpoint. I will mention there's kind of a graphic on the right-hand side there. There's two pathways, one for families, of course, one for providers. This also allows or really organizes key trainings for providers, particularly around evidence-based practices for their staff or for other folks that they may be part of their agencies. So this is really exciting for us to be able to help get youth and families and providers to the right type of care. So I think hopefully I've done a nice job kind of outlining what we've done to date. It's been a huge lift. There continues to be a lot of work to be done, and I think we reflect that pretty consistently. What you see in slide 12 is really referencing how do we continue to grow. How do we continue to grow the system of care to ensure that families are able to walk through the continuum without getting stuck, without waiting until crisis, and to preventively support their needs. 12 really is, or slide 12 is really identifying that we are working towards a system of care assessment process. We do have a contract with a vendor that is really diving into depth into making best recommendations around next steps. Where do we go from here? Critical areas, critical focus areas where we can continue to continue to build and grow what we've been doing across the children's system of care work. So on slide 13, that really breaks down that system of care assessment process. You can see here on the left-hand side in purple a few of the focus areas of this assessment overall. I do want to identify to the rest of the committee that this is part of the roadmap, the commissioner's roadmap, and it's built in. So we're consistently updating and talking about the system of care assessment and how that's going. From a timeline perspective, we are working towards the last legs of that contract, and so we do anticipate working towards a final report, having some key recommendations and key themes being coming out of that assessment in the spring of this year, 2025. So I will say the last slide on 14 is sort of loaded with contact information. And I know John Williams shared some liaison contact info. This is specific for our bureau, so you can see here I do have my bureau chief contact at the top. I did want to outline and really give kudos to our small but mighty Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health team. They do a lot of work, and they support quite a bit of these children's system of care initiatives that I've outlined within the presentation. So
will you take questions as we wrap it up?
Absolutely.
Does anyone have a question for Bureau Chief Tenney or Division Director Fox? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that overview. I think a lot of this is new to me, and I'm sure other people too. Last session, one of the things that kept coming up was the number of children waiting for inpatient care who were stuck in emergency rooms. Has there been any movement over the last, say, year or so on that? And do you have any plans through this that would help with that problem?
Yeah, great question, Representative. Thank you. Yes, from my vantage point, we've seen improvement on that number, and while I'll sit there saying it's improved, our mission's zero, right? We don't want youth sitting in the emergency room. We do want youth to the right level of care. This is something that's consistently viewed, and we do have consistent meetings where we ensure that youth are navigating through the system in the way that they need to. So when there is a youth stuck in the emergency room awaiting an acute psychiatric hospitalization, we are working very closely with their clinical supports, with their with other agencies that may be involved with the family to ensure that they're moving in some level. I have seen improvement. Can I sit here and say it's perfect? Probably not. But comparatively speaking to several years ago, there has been some vast improvement. And I do anticipate that we'll have some recommendations from the system of care assessment that I outlined at the very end. And some of those recommendations will talk pretty closely around that. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Thank you for your time. We really appreciate you coming. I'm sure we'll see you again.
Appreciate it.
Next, I'd like to invite Judiciary to come forward, Attorney Erin Cregan and Judith Christo. Please come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair? Thank you. And members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you today to tell you a little bit about and give you some orientation to the judicial branch, an overview of the circuit court, and specifically the family division. For the record, my name is Judge Ellen Christo. I'm the administrative judge of the New Hampshire Circuit Court.
Excuse me, Your
Yes.
Honor, do you have handouts?
Oh, so you have handouts already that have been passed out
Thank you
that should be in front of you already. Thank you.
Looks like this. Thank you kindly, ma'am. Proceed.
My pleasure. All right. For those of you who already are very familiar with the judicial branch, I apologize. This may seem a little high level, but I wanted to make sure that everybody had at least the 30,000-foot level view of the judicial branch and then we'll get into the weeds of the circuit court in particular. So I'll start with the overview of the branch and then shift specifically to the circuit court. Today's presentation is intended just as an overview, and I'd be happy to work with you on specific legislation as you go through the session. So I want to start by just mentioning our mission. The mission of the judicial branch, our goal, is to provide accessible, prompt, and efficient forums for the fair and independent administration of justice with respect for the dignity of all that we serve. Going to page 3, I want to just talk briefly about the structure of the judicial branch. So I like to think of our structure as we're sort of a triangle. New Hampshire has 2 trial courts. We have the circuit court and the superior court, which are the bottom edges and points of the triangle, and at the top is the Supreme Court. So we have 2 trial courts and 1 appellate court in New Hampshire. And then, as you see, we also have the administrative office of the courts, and that area is the part of the judicial branch that provides all of the services to all of the courts, such as human resources, accounting, security, communications, all of those things that are the same in every court. And I have 2 members of the AOC here today with me that I want to make sure we introduce. Our general counsel for the branch, Erin Cregan, who many of you are probably familiar with, and also our communications manager, Av Harris, who put together the handout today and is absolutely indispensable to us. Each one of the courts has a head judge, a chief judge, Chief Justice McDonald. You may be familiar with, who sits as the head of the Supreme Court, Judge Howard, who is the chief of the Superior Court, and then myself as the administrative judge of the Circuit Court. I was appointed to this position by the Supreme Court in July 1 of 2024. So this is I'm in my first year in this position. So before we go to the next one, I want to just point out in terms of the two trial courts in our state, the Circuit and Superior, we have different jurisdictions. So the Circuit Court is primarily a court of statute. So all of the laws and statutes that you pass typically are often most applied in the Circuit Court. The Superior Court is a court of equity. And we'll get into that in a little bit. But I want to switch to page 4 of the handout. I want to specifically mention our safety and security officers. These are the men and women who protect us on a daily basis. One of the things that won't surprise you is that there's an increased threat environment throughout the country, judges who have been targeted, so both inside courthouses and out. And so safety and security is a very important part of the branch. Security is provided in a partnership with the County Sheriff's Department, who provides security primarily in most of the county buildings. And a lot of those county buildings hold both Superior and Circuit Courts. And then there's a number of Circuit Courts beyond that. Right. And I just want to mention, as an aside, the gentleman on the right in the picture on the safety and security slide is a gentleman who just retired this past year after 20-something years in the branch with us, and that was a second career for him. So, all right. So going to slide 5, I want to start drilling down a little bit into the Circuit Court. We are the largest court in the state. We have 3 divisions. And this was created in 2011 by the legislature, where they combined the family, probate, and district courts all into one court and made those 3 divisions under one court. I often will, when I'm talking to people, will refer to the Circuit Court as the People's Court in New Hampshire. This is where the average person goes for things that happen in the normal parts of their life. Could be a divorce, could be a will from somebody who's died in the family, a minor criminal issue. But this is where literally 80 to 85% of all people in New Hampshire who access the court system will access the Circuit Court. And I want to just mention that a significant majority of the people who appear in front of us are self-represented. So that's a big focus for us. Going to slide 6, this shows you all of the Circuit Court locations around the state. We have 34 of them. The idea is that we are a community-based court. So the Circuit Court is split up into 10 circuits, which, not surprisingly, follow the 10 counties that we have in New Hampshire. Within each circuit, so you'll see under those 34 locations, 10 probate divisions. So there's one probate division in each of the counties, and then 31 district and family divisions. So those are spread out in more places. So if you want to do something in the probate division, you've got to go to in most situations, to the county courthouse. Otherwise, there are community courthouses based all around the state. Going to slide number 7. I just want to talk about the makeup of the circuit court. Right now, we have the highest number of judges we've ever had. We have 49 full-time judges, 3 part-time or per diem judges, 4 judges who are in senior active status, which means in essence they're part-time, they're retired, but they continue to sit as an active judge part-time. And then 16 judicial referees. All of these folks are judges who have retired and passed the age of 70. And as many of you I'm sure are aware, you can't be a judge after the age of 70 based on our New Hampshire Constitution. So therefore, we will often appoint a retired judge who has turned 70 as a judicial referee so that we can still take advantage of their wisdom and services. The only difference is at that point you have to have an active judge co-sign their orders. We have approximately 400 employees in the branch. The vast majority of those employees are in those 34 courthouses all around the state. All circuit court judges sit in the district, at least the district and family division. About a third of the judges also sit in the probate division as well. The idea here is that we're kind of like general practitioners if they were doctors, so we do a little of everything. When I was sitting full-time before I took this position, I was sitting in Hampton and Brentwood and was sitting in all 3 divisions of the circuit court. Going to slide 8 to give you a sense of the overall circuit court filings. The 3 divisions, district, family, and probate. As of last year, so I'll start with, in criminal cases, we handle all misdemeanors and violations. So circuit court judges can sentence people up to a year in prison. Otherwise, it's a felony. It goes to Superior Court. However, as of last year, felonies now come initially to circuit court for arraignment, bail hearings, and probable cause hearings. And if a circuit court judge finds probable cause, then those cases get bound over to Superior Court. District also includes all kinds of motor vehicle cases, fish and game cases, but also small claims and civil cases, landlord-tenant, and civil stalking cases. All are in the district division. I'm going to skip family on here for a moment and just go to probate. Trusts and estates is a big part of probate, but also guardianships of incapacitated adults and involuntary commitments. That's a huge part of our probate division. And also my very favorite part of the probate division is adoptions. That's the happy place for all judges. It's one of the few very happy things we get to do. And also name changes. We handle, a typical year of filing is over 100,000 cases. I think the 124,000 is from 2023. I'm not positive, but it's typically over 100,000 cases a year are filed in the circuit court. And just to give you some frame of reference, by contrast, about 17,000 cases a year are filed in Superior Court. So moving on to slide 9, this digs a little deeper into the family division cases. So we estimate about 22,000 cases are either filed or reopened in the family division annually. These matters will include, surprisingly, divorce and parenting petitions. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, parenting petitions are filed in cases where the parents aren't married. So that's the difference between a divorce and a parenting petition. Child support cases, minor guardianships, abuse and neglect, surrenders and adoptions related to abuse and neglect. All other adoptions are in the probate division. Juvenile delinquency, termination and surrender of parental rights, juvenile delinquency, children in need of services. So all of those areas are a lot of what you've just heard from DCYF and the Bureau of Child Support and so forth. A lot of that appears in front of us in court. And then another large area in our family division is domestic violence petitions. So going on to slide 10, I want to just briefly talk about the divorce process, divorce and parenting petition process, because that's one of the biggest areas of the family division. This slide sort of depicts what everybody has to do at the very beginning of a divorce or parenting petition case. So every person who files one of these original petitions meets with a case manager. Each one of our courthouses has a case manager. And that person is trained to help, in particular, self-represented parties to provide legal information in the divorce and parenting process. They can assist with completing paperwork, and they can also help parties fill out paperwork ahead of time for a hearing to help them prepare and know what to expect. There's a very fine line here between giving legal advice and legal information. We can't give legal advice to self-represented litigants, but our case managers can help them with process and legal information. So this is a first step for everyone. If a divorce or in a parenting case, there's children involved, all of the litigants are required to take the Child Impact Program to hopefully help them understand the impact of a divorce or of this parenting petition on children. And then going on to slide 11. So this digs a little further into the weeds here. This is the process for a divorce or parenting petition in the circuit court. So the very first thing is a first appearance. And that first appearance is actually not in front of a judge. That's typically with a case manager to help the litigants understand what the process is going to look like and what kinds of things they need to fill out, et cetera. And then from there on, there's different things that can happen. The majority of cases are all sent to mediation before there's a temporary hearing. The idea here is the more we can resolve cases before they go through the whole process, the better off it is for everyone involved. And you can sort of follow through here. There's obviously lots of process before you get to a final trial in this. And I want to, going on to slide 12, I want to specifically talk about mediation and arbitration a little bit. So within the circuit court, we have, we oversee the Office of Mediation and Arbitration. That office actually serves all three courts, but 90% of the work that they do serves the circuit court. And I'm not going to talk about all the things they do, but I am going to just specifically reference the things that the ADR office does for the family division. So they handle organizing mediators for all divorce and parenting mediations, which is required for most families with minor children. It's not required, but it's recommended for those without children, but most judges will order mediation right out of the box. Reopened divorce cases, so a case, and when I say reopened case, what I mean is, for instance, a divorce case that's been fully adjudicated, it's all final, there's a parenting plan in place, and somebody wants to change child support or change the parenting plan, or believes somebody isn't doing something correctly under the divorce terms, that is, they bring the case forward, and that's a reopened case. So again, often, most of the time in reopened cases, we send them to mediation first. We also, in the family division, have a complex family docket. Some of you may be familiar with Judge Lemire, who may have testified in front of you before. She runs the complex family docket, and these tend to be complex cases that are and multi-day trial, multi-year cases that involve either complex legal matters or major financial matters. We also offer neutral case evaluation. That's right now being done almost exclusively, I believe, by some retired judges. It is often done sort of closer to when people are getting ready to go to trial. So all the discovery is done. There have been probably lots of motion practice, that kind of thing. And at that point, they have a retired judge give the litigants an idea of how they think a judge will, if they went to trial, where they would come down on this case. Neutral case evaluation has been incredibly successful. I don't have the numbers in front of me today, but I can tell you that it's been very successful with settling cases rather than going to trial. Guardianship of a minor, there's mediation available, and there's also voluntary mediated agreements in the termination of parental rights area. We do well over 2,000 mediations a year in the family division. Switching to slide 13, I just want to briefly mention one of our initiatives. It's the Family Treatment Courts. We started a pilot program in Newport, in Sullivan County last year. This is now, it's not considered a pilot program anymore. It's expanded now, it's a regular program. And we've expanded it this year to the Manchester Circuit Court. Well, not in full yet, but a piece of it, and that will grow hopefully over time as we have more resources. What the Family Treatment Court's purpose is to identify parents who have been petitioned for abuse and neglect, and there's a substance abuse problem. And the idea being, the goal is to reunify the family. And one of the things that we have found, and there's great evidence of this throughout the country, that these types of courts are more successful in reunification in the long term. And what they do is it's a very intensive way to wrap around all services for a family, both for treatment, but also finding housing, finding childcare. And there's regular check-ins with the court system in which all of the providers come in and at the same time. And I've had the opportunity to go out and watch this in practice in Newport, and it's quite amazing. And it's been very successful. And the idea, obviously, is both reunification, but also to lower recidivism rates and to help actually change the whole structure of this family's life. It is not always successful, and quite frankly, it is heartbreaking when it's not. But when it is more successful than not, and when it is, it's very successful. So going on to, and I was going to encourage you, there's a little, doesn't, I guess, really show it here, but if you go on our website, there's a wonderful video that features Judge Swigert, who's been kind of the leader in the family court treatment program in our state, that tells you more about the program and gives you a wonderful overview of it. So I encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to go on the court's website and look at that video. Going on to slide 14, I want to just briefly mention a couple of our, I'm not going to go through each one, but just briefly mention a couple of the accomplishments of the Circuit Court and the Family Division in particular in 2024. We've spent a lot of the end of the year working on implementing new legislation that the legislature has passed this past year. It involves a lot of training for judges, a lot of training for staff members, and also changing forms. There's a tremendous amount of changing forms when the law changes. We've put up on our website this past year some child support and parenting plan videos. Videos seem to be the way that a lot of people are gaining information lately. So we're trying to be responsive to that. And so instead of just having written things on the court's website to follow, we're trying more and more to put up videos for people to watch and listen to about how to access the court and what's expected of them. Along the same lines, we've, on our first appearance video, that's where you've filed a parenting plan or a divorce, we've switched that from a URL code, which is kind of a live link, to a QR code. Again, finding that people can access that easier. We've increased mediator pay. This has been one of the a consistent problem, I think, for probably lots of both folks in the executive branch, the judicial branch, businesses in the state, finding employees and people to do work in certain areas. We struggle to have enough lawyers in the state to represent families in cases that have mandatory appointments by the court, such as termination of parental rights or abuse and neglect cases, where we have to appoint an attorney for mom and an attorney for dad, and now with legislation also an attorney for the child in certain circumstances. So one of the keys to this is specifically for mediators, we raised the mediator pay from $60 to $90 an hour to get mediators willing to do the work, as well as of January 1 this year, we've also increased the pay for guardian ad litems. We are doing a significant amount of new lawyer and new judge training in the family area. So folks from the circuit court provide training to the new lawyer orientation programs for the family division. And then for new judges, we provide approximately 2 weeks of initial training in the family division areas, as well as on top of that, shadowing of other judges and continuing education for judges. We've had 13 new judges appointed in 2024 and 5 appointed in 2023. So we have a huge stable of newer judges, and we are trying to provide a lot of support and training to those judges. I want to specifically mention our text reminder program. We've started that as a pilot for family mediation cases. It has been incredibly successful. It's very similar to when you get a text from your doctor or dentist reminding you to, you have an appointment the next day. We are now piloting that in the circuit court. We started with the family mediation program and found that it decreased the failure to appear rates by 40%, which was huge. We are now piloting that in the criminal division or the district division, specifically to criminal cases in Dover and Rochester right now. We don't have numbers yet because we just started in October, but anecdotally is doing very, very well. So we might be expanding that throughout the system if we can. We are starting a guardian ad litem pilot program for families of lower income, where there's a fund for that now. There are 4 locations that have been identified, and that will launch shortly. And we are also starting this year, we've been putting it into place in 2024, and it'll be launching this year, a pre-filing mediation project plan for cases in the family division, where you can actually get, so if you intend to file for divorce, and it is perhaps amicable in a perfect world, that you can actually get mediation pre-filing so that you can work something out and potentially file and agreed upon divorce and parenting agreements. So all a judge has to do is review it, make sure it meets all of the legal standards, and then can sign it. So that's happening this year as well. So I am very happy to answer any questions for you, with the caveat that obviously I can't answer any questions regarding any specific cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
taking my question. Mediation. Who pays for that?
It depends. So in a divorce case, the litigants typically pay for that. And except for this pilot program that we're about to launch, where if you are under a certain income level, you may qualify for mediation to be paid for you. There are different things throughout the branch where there are there's grant funding in specific areas that have mediations paid for, in other areas that don't.
Follow up.
So you said that there's going to be a new program to help, because that was my concern, was the families that can't afford to pay for mediation. Do they still get mediation?
Yeah. So that is a new pilot program, and there is, it's starting, I want to say, in 4 locations, and then the hope is to expand it beyond that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you for being here and explaining all that and taking my question today. So in a lot of states, they have separate family courts because the family dynamics are so complicated and stuff. And without that here, I'm specifically interested because one of our most complicated parts of the family courts is domestic violence. What kind of training do the judges have, and is it ongoing on domestic violence and those complications?
Yes, Representative. It is ongoing. So I'll step back. As a new judge, you get at least 3 days dedicated in our judge training specifically to domestic violence. That's where we start. Does not end there. Within the first 2 years of being a judge, typically, depending on how many new judges we have, a judge will either go to the Judicial College in Reno, Nevada for a week, where it's specifically for family, but heavily on the domestic violence side of things. So we get more training out there within the first 2 years. Occasionally, and this year is probably going to be one of those years, since we had 13 new judges that came on the bench in 2024, we will likely bring the trainers to New Hampshire as opposed to sending the judges to Nevada, because it's just more cost efficient to do that and train and they'll have a 2 to 3 day intensive training at that probably later this year. In addition, we have ongoing training periodically throughout the entire branch, but also specifically in the circuit court. I will share with you that I am the chair of the internal standing domestic violence committee within the judicial branch. So it is something that I am very much on top of, and that we, in addition to formal training on it for judges, we also have what we call the listserv, where it's in essence sort of an email bank for judges, that when we have questions, not maybe not being sure what to do, or not wanting to recreate the wheel, or has another judge encountered these types of facts, things like that, that we can share information with each other. And that is used quite a bit. And DV cases are something that comes up on that frequently. In addition to that, we meet on a regular basis with the Domestic Violence Coalition to get people's concerns, and are constantly working on trying to make that area better so we can serve the citizens of New Hampshire in the best way on that.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Your Honor, for coming in and
Thank
giving
you.
us all this information today.
My pleasure.
First of all, I want to commend the court system for the family treatment courts. Much of the family's problems are generational. I don't have to tell you that. Alcoholism and drug addiction is running rampant and ruining the lives of kids. And, if you save 1 in 10, it's a major gain. And the question I do have is, would it be your office that people could register complaints with about judicial and court officer behavior?
So sort of. I will tell you, we do have, we have an email. And so yes, to start with, we do have an email, and people write letters and use the email system. If they have a complaint, it's a, I'm blanking on it off the top of my head, but it's a concerns, court at courts.state.nhd. Yeah. So it's a court concerns at, and Aaron will give everybody the full email if you'd like to have it. So that is one place that you can do that. However, if it is about judicial conduct, the letter that your constituent might get back on something like that is likely to go to the Judicial Conduct Committee with it. So if there are specific things like, that perhaps somebody was rude at the counter of staff, that definitely should come to my office. We get a little of everything. We read and look at every complaint that comes in. Some of the things are, frankly, people who might be disgruntled because they lost their case, or they feel like they lost their case, and so they're not happy about it. And a lot of, there are times people don't feel like they were treated fairly because of that. So there's also the appeal process. So if people aren't happy with the outcome of their case, that's really not a complaint to my office. That's an appeal to the Supreme Court. So that's why I said sort of to begin with. Yep.
Representative Georges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really excited when I saw when you talk about the case management, and I would like you to know about the case management. Is it new in the system, or if it's not new, when that starts?
Yeah, it's not new. I think it has evolved over time, and I don't know exactly when. Frankly, this is my first year in this position, so I don't know exactly when it went into place. But it's not new, and I'd say several years ago there was at least a movement to make sure there was a case manager in each courthouse to work with. It's kind of one of those things. I think it's not as well known and perhaps underutilized by litigants who come to court. So I think maybe that's a job for us to do, is to make sure that is easier or more well known.
Thank you very much. But I think so it's better for the people to know, because I know a lot of people in the community suffer about this. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my request. May I please have an additional copy of this presentation to give to our committee assistant for our file?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, We have one. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further hands raised, thank you very much for your time, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's my privilege.
Attorney Erin Cregan, we're going to give you about 5 minutes because we've run over. Is that enough?
I will go for 30 seconds if I can.
We love you more and more every second.
I don't know whether to say good afternoon or good morning. It might be right on the edge. But hello, everyone. Erin Cregan, General Counsel for the Judicial Branch. I just want to introduce myself for any new members. And if you don't have a card, I'm going to try to put one in your hand before you go. I know that getting in touch with folks from the courts can be a challenge. They're in court. You know, they're not necessarily as available as the folks on the contact sheet for DHHS. My intention is to be available and accountable to you. Call me, email me, text me. I will get back to you, especially if you need something right away. I will get the information from the right person, or I will get you in touch with the right person. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me for anything you need. So I just wanted to introduce myself and make myself available and accountable to you as you're starting out your new year.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
With all of you. Thank you. And with that, we're going to close the morning's events. We're going to go to lunch. We need to be back here. I would ask you to come back by 5 minutes to 1 so that we can get settled in and begin our first hearing. I appreciate all your attention. Do we have any questions from anybody before we go? Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
It is now 1 o'clock, and the chair opens the hearing on House Bill 170 and calls upon Representative Michael Moffett to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting right on time, very impressive.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
I sit on the chair. But
yes, kudos and plaudits for that. Appreciate it. For the record, I'm Representative Mike Moffett of Merrimack County District 4, which includes the beautiful towns of Canterbury and Loudoun, and I am HB 170's prime sponsor. So I get involved with this when the representative from Northampton contacted me last year after he'd been approached by some folks from his district, from whom you'll hear later, concerning possible needed legislative actions with regard to military pay. Again, for the record, I'm a retired U.S. Marine Reserve officer, and I also chair the House Veterans Committee. So at issue here is disposable military retirement pay as opposed to pensions. And the distinction between retirement pay and pensions is important, and that'll be developed later. These folks hold that retired pay should not be considered a tangible asset or as property in the legal sense when it comes to divorce settlements. I think they have a point. And that maybe is perhaps the most salient, important aspect to what you're going to be looking at here with this bill is the notion that retirement pay is not property. You'll note the measure includes a very small change to RSA 458:16A in that it crosses out one line that refers to military retirement and veterans disability benefits, and it replaces it with a single sentence stating, quote, property shall not include disposable retired pay as defined by U.S. Code 10, Section 1408, unquote. So, should military retirement pay be considered property in the divorce proceedings involving veteran assets? That, again, as I just said, that's the nub of it. Now, should this move forward, the new statutory language would give New Hampshire officials and judges more discretion to structure fairer, more just civil settlements for military people in divorce situations in accordance with federal code and with New Hampshire law. This is a little bit like the Veterans Court measure I sponsored last year, which is now law. And what that did, the representative from Wyndham, Judge Len, was a co-sponsor of that measure. And the Veterans Court measure gave judges more freedom in sentencing discretion, so they would have more options to do types of sentencing for veterans short of incarceration. So that is a sort of a precedent for what the intent is here, is to give our courts, to give our judges more statutory grounds for discretion and flexibility and choice when it comes to making decisions in civil divorce cases. And again, not everyone understands that military retirees remain at their nation's call. Okay, just because someone's retired from the military doesn't mean that they're done. In fact, there are numerous cases of retirees getting retirement pay, being called back to work, back to active duty. In fact, I myself helped to activate 2 retirees and return them to temporary active duty when I commanded a military school in San Diego. So that is relevant as well. Okay, retirement pay, we do not see that as a product. Okay, we see retirement pay as something that is not fully understood or handled in the best way. So anyway, the following speakers will drill down and get into details with regard to HB 170 and its implications, and I'm sure they will welcome questions. Normally, I would invite questions, but I need to cross the hall over to Education Committee, where the scheduling gods have me introducing another 1 p.m. bill. You should already have some pink cards from some star witnesses. So I think this is the more I find out about this area of law, the more interesting it is, and the more I'm convinced that some attention needs to be paid to the situation and some awareness raised. So if the chair will grant me a temporary leave of absence, I will egress from this area of operations for another.
Will you be able to come back after you've introduced your bill across the hall? And I ask that because in conversation with a few members, there are some pretty particular questions. Or do you have somebody designated who can answer those questions for you?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I am going to be immersed across the hall for probably 45 minutes, and I know there's certain timelines. I'll come back if I can, but the co-sponsor will follow me, and he and the other speakers are experts, duty experts on this, and I'll come back if I can, and if I can't, I'm very confident that the folks following me can give you good answers.
And who is that person you wish to come up next?
I would like to see the co-sponsor. By the way, it's a bipartisan measure. The representative from Northampton he is in the House. I have a visual on him.
I believe he goes by Maggiore.
That sounds that sounds Italiano. Like there's the representative from Milford could maybe confirm the.
Okay, you can go now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognizes Representative Jim Maggiore. Was that right? Did I get that? Well, those 2 years of your influence, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim Maggiore, and I represent the beautiful seaside community of Northampton, and very proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. I'll speak briefly because the gentlemen behind me are subject experts and can certainly answer your questions. When Mr. Curlin brought this bill to me several years ago, he raised a question the subject matter raised a question which I reiterated to him just a little while ago in the cafeteria, and that is the magic that happens with, I guess, the IRS or the courts, where money turns from property into property and seems to morph back with no real concrete evidence of how that happens or how it is established. And that is the crux of this bill. To set into stone to set into stone the policy by which equity can be reached in this issue. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm very grateful to the prime sponsor, Representative Moffett. I reached out to him as the very first person because I know he's a veteran and I'm very grateful for his service. I thought he would know more, and I'm very grateful that this is not only a bipartisan bill, but I feel a nonpartisan issue because we are just trying to find something that works for the residents of New Hampshire. And with that, I will take any questions, but will probably defer all of them to the gentleman behind me.
Just a reminder to the committee, especially the first termers, that you speak briefly and you ask a question. With that in mind, any questions for Representative Maggiore? Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you please explain to me the term disposable retired pay?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I would love to, but the best, most comprehensive answer will come from the gentleman behind me. They are better prepared to answer the question. Sure.
Well, with that in mind, could I then defer to the gentleman behind you? Thank you so much. Thank you. And again, for freshmen especially, it is the House custom that when representatives have filled out a pink card, they go near the top because they have other pressing duties in the House today. Representative Juris. And every time I hear about the MBTA, sir, I think about you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I do miss it, except maybe on days that are around 0 degrees and the trains don't don't like to get out of the yard on days like or mornings like today. But Lou Juris here, state rep from Ward 7 in Nashua. Thank you for having me here. Looking at the HB 170, I think it's a start in rethinking the retirement benefit division in matters of divorce, with the idea of creating some more parity, or at least relieving some of the burden for life from the pensioner. In the case of military pensions, like in all pensions in New Hampshire, the receiving spouse is entitled to, after a long-term marriage, entitled to 50%. That would be the marital portion as defined by the Hoskins rule. If it's less than 50%, they would run that formula through and to determine the amount of the monthly amount. Unlike real property, or unlike a checking account, or other retirement like 401k or 457b, the deal just isn't done and you move on. This is a monthly thing that goes on in perpetuity. Once the quadro is done and you are ready to sell either a home or ready to separate checking accounts or savings accounts, those things end, but this, the monthly payments come every month. And, after a while, this could create imbalances with especially the pensioner, but also maybe even the person receiving a former spouse receiving the pension. So there is no end date, and unlike alimony or unlike child support, there's a means test. You rule according to the rule 125A. You give your assets, you give how much you make, what your burdens are financially, and they come up with a formula. And in cases of alimony, it's usually a negotiated thing. One of the spouses is going to need some money for a particular period of time, and that sunsets after 10 years. So on the flip side of this too, we have to be careful. It would be good to have a statute that maybe, like it was said earlier, that judges could have more leeway in, where the receiving spouse, if they were in the home, they were taking care of the children, doing various other functions, should have a decent, should probably be considered for a good amount of that pension, or somewhere that approaches half. It should also be considered if that spouse who wasn't in the military or anywhere else, if they have a pension too, and what their retirement benefits are. So having that kind of say in how these things are portioned out, how the pensions are portioned out, is important. So the 50% after a long-term marriage should be looked at. I think this HB 170 is a good first step. So keep in mind too that a lot of the assets, and whether they're tangible or intangible, you can negotiate these things if the parties, or one of the parties, or both parties, are willing to negotiate. In some cases where the law is on the side of the person who has less assets, and the statute says 50% of, let's say in this case, 50% of the pension, there's no real compelling reason to negotiate when you know if you go forward in court, you're probably going to get the 50% of the pension. And that's the reason for maybe having a statute that either takes the pension off the table, or at least there's more leeway allowed. Again, you can take less child support, you can take less alimony than you're entitled to, you can take less than half the portion of your house. If people are willing to negotiate, you make a settlement and just bring it forward to the court and it's done. But there are cases where it's not, it's contentious, and I can see why in a scenario with a pension it would go far in the process. Keep in mind too that you can get representation. A lot of times, attorneys in these law firms will advertise that they're good at extracting assets and good at extracting, especially pensions. To some law firms, it seems like the crown jewel. That if you come with me, I'll be able to get as much of this pension for you as possible, et cetera, et cetera. And that you see that when it comes down to these mediation and some of these attorneys who are in family law as well. And you got to be careful not to get hustled either while trying to make a.
You're going to need to wrap it up now, please.
Yep. And with that, any questions?
Do we have questions, Representative Petrino?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Sure.
Are you aware of how other states handle this situation? In all the testimony I've heard so far,
From what?
I heard,
From what I'm able to see, it's pretty similar. From what I understand, I'm not an expert, but from what I understand, it's pretty similar. It's just half, and there's no income test, if you will. It doesn't consider other assets or what you make later in life. Whether maybe you remarry, you live with somebody else, and you're getting $2,000 a year on top of your $80,000 salary. And anyway, the scenarios are they are what they are.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Anyone else with a question? Representative Raymond.
Thank you. So I'm confused about the intent of the language change because, and so maybe you can clarify it for me. Because if we go back to the 70s, military pensions were not considered assets, and so they weren't part of a divorce process. So a parent who had been staying home, taking care of the kids while the spouse was in the military, got $0 of the pension. Then in 1982, the U.S. Former Spouses Protection Act was passed, which allowed states to consider the pensions in the divorce decree, but it doesn't require a specific amount. So if we change this language, will this language change still give judges the discretion to do 10% or 5% or whatever, depending on the length of the marriage and the amount of time that the other spouse was out of the workforce? Or would this go back to the 70s where the spouse gets nothing? Because the way I read the language is it does not include, would mean that the judge couldn't order any of it.
The best I can give is that's how it looks. I'm not familiar with the structuring of the bill.
Okay.
That's what it. And again, if earlier when I mentioned giving the court leeway to make adjustments for exactly what your question just said, for a spouse who was in the home and was taking care of business in the family.
Right. Okay.
While the deployments and when the work was happening in the military.
Yeah.
Do you want to follow up?
No, I think my follow-up is just, I think that this language does the opposite.
No testifying.
No.
Anyone else? Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I too am concerned about the language. Shall not is shall not. So again, can you explain to me disposable retired pay?
The way I read it, it's what the amount is in gross after the Hoskins rule was determined by the financial expert. Usually it's somebody who deals with the representing attorney.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. And then, of course, you do the quadro to have that, dispersed.
Still Representative Grossman? Okay, well, you were promising me a name change at one point.
Eventually.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll work on that. Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Thank you, Representative, for coming before us. So I'm just trying to clarify, are we taking out, I think this is piggybacking on what Representative Raymond, rights for one of the spouses to have access to the military retirement benefits. So are we taking that off the table during stop short of going to court, where in mediation are the military retirement benefits, according to this House Bill 170 no longer on the table in terms of a divorce negotiation for the spouse?
It reads what it reads. Again, I didn't craft the measure, but as far as I know, you can negotiate. You can negotiate what you can negotiate. So, and as long as the court agrees, they can go forward.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Follow, but that was the intent of this bill, correct?
It could be. It could be. Again, I'm testifying for leeway for rethinking the way pensions, military pensions included, are looked at in matters of divorce in property division.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is actually for you. Can we ask if there's somebody that can define disposable retired pay? Because that changes the entire trajectory of the questioning if.
And I'm afraid we've put the good
This is just
representative on the hot
retirement.
seat here. So
It's okay.
would you
I-
mind stepping back and, sir, could you come up and define that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That was wonderful. We're going to keep you. State for the record your name, please.
Thank you.
Oh, you got to turn the mic on. That's the hard part.
My name is Larry White.
Larry White. Okay.
I'm a retired major in the United States Air Force. I'm a second career lawyer, although I'm not admitted in the state of New Hampshire. The reason I speak to you is on behalf of 250,000 retired military personnel, male, female, who are affected by this bill nationwide, but I also am subject to this bill personally in that I was married and divorced in the state of New Hampshire. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. If you would like, I can address specifically the disposable military pay issue. Essentially, and I appreciate the comments made by the previous gentleman, representative, disposable military pay is basically the retired pay, which is based on a number of years of service and rank of the individual, minus a insurance program that benefits the spouse. It's called the Spouse's Benefit Program, SBP, and essentially is life insurance for the spouse, both former spouses and regular spouses. So it's shared between the two parties. It then is also subject to subtraction of any disability pay that the retired service member has. And this was recently upheld, this specific language and this handling of it being mandatorily excluded was just upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court about 5 years ago. So that's where you get the disposable retirement pay. Emphasize the word retirement pay. I thank Representative Raymond for her quote to the history of this, the UFSPA, as we say, the Uniformed Services Former Spouses Protection Act, in that nowhere in there does it say the word pension. Military retirement pay is not a pension. It is money earned by the military member, retired military member, and in the language of both the New Hampshire Supreme Court, I believe, but the U.S. Supreme Court, it is reduced compensation for reduced service. The military member is subject to mandatory recall. I, as a retired officer, retired regular officer, I have no choice. If I am recalled, I must serve. My specialty has been recalled in previous wars. I was an electronic warfare officer, which is a very, very highly technical and specialized field. But again, remember, I'm speaking not for the Air Force. I'm speaking on my own personal interests. So as we talked about the history of this, and it follows a U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1981 called McCarthy v. McCartney that held that for various reasons, and they did the analysis. Now, in introducing this bill, we introduce you to the concept, the fact that it terms the military retirement pay as property for purposes of divorce settlement. And then it flips right back and it's taxed as pay to us. So we look at it first as property, and then we look at it as pay, and then it changes back again. It can be used for various things. I'd like to stress now, right now, that we are not advocating for two things. We are not advocating for any changes to child support in any ways, anything that would harm children, nor are we against the concept of alimony determined by a judge as appropriate in the circumstances. We are against mandatory, non-changing, non-terminating payments. As I said, I was divorced in New Hampshire in 2001. I am still, after 24 years of divorce, still paying my ex-wife $2,000 a month. I've paid in excess of $400,000 in this payment. When does it stop? Okay. When does it stop? How much longer am I going to be paying this? If you look, you've asked about the what's handled nationwide. The states look at it very differently. Effectively, in Texas, there is no alimony anymore. Some other states are limiting it now. The trend, and you composed very, very appropriately, and I thank you for that. In 1970, 1980, lifetime alimony was very common then. It's much less common today. In fact, we know at least 7 states have specifically put on there that lifetime alimony will no longer be granted. 5 years is a very common thing because alimony is designed to be rehabilitative. Okay, meaning that it's a chance for the spouse to make up for any benefits lost, to go to school, to get a skill, to get a job. And I think that's very appropriate. As was said before, I think our characterization of this is not taking anything away. In fact, we're giving greater opportunity to judges to create a specific solution to each specific situation. But what I'd tell you that the language as it currently now does is for female service members. Right now, they compose about 18% of the armed services of the United States. And of that 250,000 people I've talked about, or whose interests I represent to some extent, they're about 18% of that is known. What if you don't change the bill, what happens for a divorced single mom who is having to pay this money? If she was abused in her marriage, she is now forced to pay her abuser for lifetime. Forced to pay her abuser for lifetime. Because the way it's interpreted and applied in the states and in most New Hampshire courts, through my experience, you have that situation. Again, we are trying to give more flexibility in this. If it's property, then it should be property. If it's income, it should be income. So and the previous gentleman, representative, characterizes this as an ongoing thing. For those of you familiar with the divorce process, when we look at the marital assets for most people, they have pension plans that are subject to ERISA, which is the national law on that. Military retirement pay is not a ERISA plan. It has no value. It has nothing, can be divorced at one time.
Major White, we're coming up on a bump to the next
Yes,
hearing.
sir.
So would you take some questions, please, since
may I
you
just
seem to
finish
have
this? Okay.
the answers. Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Is this disposable retired pay considered taxable income via the federal government on a 1040?
Yes, ma'am. It's
Thank you.
actually not on a 1040, it's on a 1099.
1099. Thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you. So under the current language, does the judge have the discretion to order 0% or 5% or some other number that isn't 50%?
The judge has that, but there's an understanding that with this language in the bill, that many state court judges, and I've talked to many of them all across the nation, they think they're actually required to. Theoretically, though, a judge could do that, but I've not heard of anyone doing that, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative, how do I pronounce your name?
Georges.
Georges?
Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to know, like you say, you are divorced with your wife, and you continue to pay. And the wife, even the wife is married or have someone else.
No, this is unlike normal divorces where it does not terminate upon remarriage. Now, the other thing is my wife completed a successful career. My ex-wife completed a successful career as a teacher here in New Hampshire. She's retired. She has her own pension from that. Her pension could not be considered in the divorce because of New Hampshire law. So mine was, hers wasn't. And mine's not even a pension. If I violate this, if I no longer become eligible for military service, I go to a different country, I renounce my American citizenship, my payments are done. I have to be available to serve in the military. She has no such condition.
Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in deciding when the spouse gets the half of the disposable retired pay, is there a certain length of time the marriage had to be intact?
Well, not really, ma'am, but under the UFISPA law, for the federal government to recognize it, there has to be an overlap of 10 years of the military service and the marriage. But that only affects the payment by the federal government directly to the ex-spouse. Some state court judges have said that that doesn't apply to state law and will order the division anyways. But under the federal law, there should be the 10-year overlap between the military service and the marriage.
Thank you.
And if I may, if I keep that, if that's met, by the way, military ex-spouses remain eligible for commissary, for medical care, for dental care under the armed services. They don't lose that, and we are not contesting that in any way.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the explanation and for your testimony and taking my question. So in looking, I just looked up some stuff. I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain about the disposable retired pay, and I think I have a comprehension of it. But one of the things that it's used to pay is child support, alimony, or divide property. So in this case, and by the way, in many divorces, there's alimony, whatever else. What if this is what's usually to pay for this? How would the person, because you're upset. I mean, I understand that you've been paying alimony for a very long time, and that's a problem. So how does alimony get paid then otherwise? Would it just not come out of this? Because I know a lot of people in the military who their spouse is not working because of the travel and everything else and raising the kids. So they sacrifice their occupation to uphold their spouse's occupation and help them with that. So what is the exchange on that, or because this I'm seeing the same thing, the shall not include. So how does it get paid?
I appreciate your situation, but not every spouse suffers in the military of a military member. Sorry,
I would just want to clarify for the record, I did not say suffers at all. Sacrifices.
But I mean, not all of them do. Not all of them sacrifice for something. I mean, their careers go on unimpeded, and in fact, the laws, federal laws over the last years, or state laws, for example, they're encouraging transference of credentials, such as for lawyers, such as for nurses, much easier. So they don't all suffer, and I think that goes back to the incident that each case is individual. There should not be a blanket cookie-cutter approach to it, which we are trying to avoid in this. Now, here's where it flips from property to income, that they do the property division first, okay, which is the monthly income. And this is monthly. Every month it's determined, have the conditions been met? Has it done? So now after that, now it flips back to income, and they can compute child support and alimony if appropriate under state law after that. So the same pay is used twice. It's computed once for property and once for income. We agree that income characterization is appropriate and should be calculated. As again, I said, we're not opposed to alimony as a concept generally, and certainly not opposed to child support in any way. So we're just opposed to the fact that it should not be first divided as property, then what's left over is then divided as income again.
Last call. Thank you, Major, for your testimony, and appreciate it.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak to everybody. Thank you for your questions.
And I'm an Air Force Major as well.
Thank you for your service, sir.
It was easy. Chair recognizes Anna Zimmerman. That's the hardest part of testifying, is turning the light on. You'll see a little red light, which means you've won.
Oh,
You did
red
it.
is good.
Thank you.
I saw it red and I turned it right off.
That's the hard part.
There we go. So my name's Anna Goulet Zimmerman, and I am here today because I practiced family law for a very long time, stopped doing it about 1.5 years ago, which is much less stressful in my personal life, but I have I did a lot of work with military pensions. I represented a lot of military members, and I represented a lot of military spouses. I wrote a paper many years ago now, called Divorce in the Trenches. And I've testified as an expert on when a pension can be divided, how it gets divided, things like that. I am also a former military spouse, divorced also. I will say, though, that my ex-husband was not in the military long enough. We had about 8 years, so we did not have any issue of dividing up pensions. I have no, dog in this fight, so to speak, but I have a lot of concerns about this bill. So let me talk, and I know I only got 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to talk real big picture first. You've talked about what disposable retirement pay is. We take the entire retirement benefit, we reduce the SBB premium if an SBP is being awarded and or has been agreed upon. That's the survivor benefit. If it's not, then that doesn't happen. A big one that comes out, though, is any amounts getting paid for VA benefits or VA disability. So you might have a $4,000 pension, someone's got a 25% VA disability, and that pension's getting reduced by $600 a month, $700 a month, something like that. That is now, since a case called Howell versus Howell, U.S. Supreme Court case in 2017, since that time, that military pension doesn't get divided. Our state court doesn't have an option on that. That portion of the military pension, it's called a VA waiver. Basically, you get the money from the VA instead. It becomes non-taxable, but it gets deducted from your military pension. For people who have a disability over 50%, it's different. It's paid on top, but that's how it works for those kind of lower rating disabilities. So that is already moved over here on the left and put in the pile of the military spouse can't be touched by the court for the purposes of property division. What this bill is proposing is that then what happens is we look at all the pensions, all the retirement benefits that are available to be divided. This gentleman who just talked about his wife's teacher retirement. The only way that was not subject to the court's division is if it was acquired either before or after the marriage. Otherwise, she would have been entitled to her Hodgkin share, a percentage of the share that was accumulated during the marriage. The exact same thing happens with the military retirement. The only thing the court is dividing up is the share that was accumulated during the marriage. And it treats the military retirement just like it does another pension, because they're inherently hard to value. The Hodgkin's case talks about this. As soon as the military member dies, the value disappears. So as do many pensions, even the state ones, we often see, it's got some cash value, but that is not remotely close to the full value of the pension. And the pension continues to pay out over the years until someone passes away. So those get divided regardless of who owns them. I just didn't want there to be any confusion that a teacher's salary or a teacher's pension might not be subject to the court, because they all are. What they're asking you to do now, though, is carve out the military pension. And I think, if anything, this is more, it is not giving the court leeway to reduce amounts like is being suggested. It is saying it does not count. It, like the VA money, it is getting put in a separate pile, not part of the property division, not subject to equitable division. We already have a provision that allows the court to do something equitable that's different than 50-50. The starting presumption in New Hampshire is that 50-50 is what's equitable, but the court is allowed to deviate from that. So if we've got the abused spouse who's been beaten by her husband, who's raising a kid alone, he's not allowed to see the kids anymore, and he's got, she has a very, very low paying job and he's got a high paying job, the court can already equate for that and give her more of something to keep her, be it her pension or something else, to adjust for this. The one thing I would say about that is federal law does not allow for more than 50% of the disposable retirement pay to be allocated to the non-military spouse. So there is a cap. It can't be more than that, although that could happen with other types of pensions. My experience as a military spouse, and it's a little concerning to me to hear the characterizations of military spouses, because it is a true partnership. I have many, many, many friends who have been at home, losing sleep, taking care of kids for, multiple years while they had deployed husbands or wives, not sure if those people were going to come home to them, who are getting moved every few years to a new duty station, who never stay long enough somewhere to get their own pension built up somewhere or retirement, because they are as committed to that job and their country as their spouses. And that is just part of the military lifestyle. I only lived it for a short period of time compared to what a lot of people live it, but people are living that every single day. And this is not alimony for life. This is a benefit that you accumulate just like any other pension, just like any state retirement that you accumulate as part of your service. And this law would strip that right from those military spouses and treat it different than everything else. And I know I'm out of time. So
You're out of
thank
time.
you.
Would you take some questions, Councilor?
Happily. Absolutely.
Any questions, Representative Gabby Grossman?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman, for coming to speak with us. So this would take out that benefit.
Yes.
And your last sentence, what discretion would the court then have?
It would have none, the way it's worded. It is not considered part of the property that the court would be equitably dividing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Chair recognizes Kevin Grady. I believe I have it correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year Air Force veteran. I am a 27-year veteran of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. And since this is a committee I don't see a lot, I wanted to tell you that I represent the State Veterans Advisory Committee. I'm their legislative chair. And every year what we do is I go through and figure out, in this particular legislative session, there are 17 bills that we feel have veteran impact. We get together, we take a position on those bills, and then I come and I tell you folks what our position on those things is. We're actually chartered by state law, RSA 115:A-8. If you want to read up on us, you can also get to us through the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services website. You can also get through us that way. We, in the State Veterans Advisory Committee, had the language on this bill. We did not take a position on it. We were very hesitant to do that. So our official position is that we're following this bill, meaning we're just going to wait and see which direction that the wind blows. Okay. So the official SVAC position is that that we're going to follow this and see what happens. Now, with your permission, I would like to take off my State Veterans Advisory Committee hat and talk to you as Kevin Grady, fighter pilot, representative of myself and the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire.
The chair considers you now hatless.
Thank you, sir. Full disclosure, I am, like a previous person here, divorced. I have been paying a percentage of my military retirement to a former spouse for a lot of years now. And the situation that happened when I got married or when I got divorced was that I still had approximately 8 or 9 more years on active duty before any of this started happening. Okay. What I wanted to do is kind of bring you up to speed a little bit on what's in the Former Spouses Protection Act, why did it happen, and what changes have been made to it to make it equitable. It was passed in late 81 and it became effective in 1982. And what it was meant to do is protect that military spouse that bounced around and bounced around and bounced around, you know, and they were in the military for 25 years together. And then at that point they get divorced. And here's somebody who's 45 years old with no work experience, no work history, no pension, no nothing, that now is sitting out there. So this Former Spouses Act was set up to protect that person from that happening. And essentially, it has been revised. In 1986, they took the disability pay out of there. And with the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act, they did something that actually would have helped me. I got divorced as a relatively junior major, and I retired as a colonel, and my former spouse is getting retirement pay at the colonel rate. Okay, that would have helped me, but that's not applicable because only divorces after 2017 are covered by this latest change. Okay, now I view that whole situation as not everybody is made to be married to somebody that's in the military, and better to find out, sooner than later. Okay, and what the law generally allowed for was either a lump sum amount every month that could be agreed upon, or it allowed for a percentage. And typically the percentage is, we start with 50% for the member, and then they do just a pretty much, how many years were you married to this person that's in the military? Well, 10. How many years did they serve? Well, 20. Well, you get 50% of the remaining half, or 25%. And that's the way that the formulas tend to work on this kind of legislation. The federal law, as it's already written, and this is really important, the federal law, as it's already written, already gives a local judge discretion to either include this or not, to follow formulas or not, to make up their own percentage, what they think is fair, based on the circumstances of each individual case. That already exists in the law. And as you have all pointed out, that if you pass this HB 170, you're taking that off the table. Now, I have, when I started talking at my house about this bill, my military spouse wife got kind of fired up about it, and she would like to talk to you, not necessarily next, but at some point. So subject to your questions, that's really all I want to say.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions? Seeing none, I think my last pink card is Frank Kurland. Yes. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Frank Kurland. I'm from Northampton. I'm 21 years, retired Navy. Hoorah. Good day, committee members. I stand before you today as a constituent of the Granite State. My purpose is to request your consideration to listen and share to an ongoing mission to right a wrong. Again, I'm a retired military veteran of 21 years and one of over 250,000 retirees affected by the federal law, 10 U.S. Code 1408, payment of retired or retainer pay in compliance with court orders. The egregious result is that for over 40 years, the law is literally picking the pockets of veterans and will do for life. I have been paying my former spouse longer than we were actually married. She has since remarried and divorced another military veteran and is currently in another long-term relationship and has inherited her father's estate. Briefly, I'd like to state that the state of New Hampshire set precedents back in 1980 with the Baker-Baker decision. And the Baker-Baker decision with military retirement prior to the former spouse law states, military retirement pay lacks the following characteristics of property: cash surrender value, loan value, redemption value, lump sum value, and value realizable after death. That means that once I die, my payments stop. Now, if my former spouse passes away, payments revert back to me. That's not the concept of property. That would be like the boat or the house being awarded to my former spouse. She passes away and I go to her new husband and say, hey, I need that back. It doesn't work that way. Retirement pay does that. So it doesn't fit any kind of description of what property is, yet it's classified. It magically turns into income. First it's property, or first it's income, then it's property, then it comes back to income again. What this law is trying to do is level the playing field. Take it off as property. We have no problem using it as income to help a former spouse out and provide for child care, child support. All it does is it ends at one particular time. Alimony ends, child support ends. If you divide the military retirement as property, what's left, and then tax it as alimony and child support, there's no military retirement left. Now, there's stipulations, just as Larry stated out. I'm subject to recall. If I refuse recall, they take my pay. If I get incarcerated for more than 30 days, they take my pay. If I relinquish my citizenship, they take my pay. They stop my pay. If I go to work for the Saudi government fixing F-15s without a waiver from the Secretary of the Navy, they stop my pay. Now, on the flip side, if my former spouse was to say, to heck with it, I don't want to be a U.S. citizen, I'm going to marry an Australian, go live in Australia. Now she's an Australian citizen. They send a check to her bank account. Okay? Now she gets tired of her husband and divorces him, or he has an accident. She gets incarcerated in prison. Guess what? They send the checks right to the prison. So this is the inequities that's with this particular law. They saw fit back in the 70s to do that, to kind of take care of the former spouses that didn't have anything, but times have changed. We have a lot more military veterans that are female that are getting hammered by this law. The Abuse Act that involves a military retirement, if the service member commits domestic violence, they lose their retirement pay, yet the abused former spouse gets it. Now, flip the roles. If you have the service member is being abused by the civilian spouse, right, and they get divorced, you still have to pay that spouse that's abusing you. It doesn't make sense. So what we're saying is the Baker law calls out, hey, it's not property, it's income. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kurland? Seeing none, thank you for your service and thank you for coming today.
Thank you for your time.
We will not go to executive session on this. I think we need some more time to think it through. This ends the hearing on House Bill 170, and I now call into existence. I do not have another pink card on this one. Okay, and who are you? Okay, I think it probably got combined. Come on up. Come on up. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak today. My name is Roberta Grady, and I am a resident of Hooksett. I'm not going to speak directly to the law, but I'm here to tell you my story so that you have an idea of what it's like to be a military spouse. And yes, I was a military spouse a while ago, but some things don't change. In 1980, I became a military spouse for the first time. I was living here in New Hampshire. I was a retail manager, and I was on the verge of a really great promotion. But I fell in love with a guy in the Army, and I married him and moved to Alabama. But it was a short-term move, and I couldn't get a job. It just wasn't feasible. It was only temporary. So we moved to Germany, and I couldn't get a job in retailing because all of the on-base jobs went to Germans per the status of forces agreement. And off-base, I didn't speak German. I wasn't going to get a job in a German store. So what could I do? Well, I was lucky. I found a job. I changed careers, and I became a part-time instructor working for a contractor for the Army. And eventually I did get promoted, but there was no retirement plan for me. There was no pension for me with that job. We stayed in Germany for 5 years, which is at least 2 years longer than most people get to stay in any one area. And we moved to Texas. And I was lucky. Once again, I found a job, but it was a part-time job. No pension, no promotion available for me. So I went to night school to get my master's degree. And while I was in school, my husband, who was deployed to to Honduras, actually, at the time, called me and told me we were getting a divorce. And I became very quickly a former military spouse. And by the way, when I was in Germany the first time, I worked as a volunteer a lot with military spouses, and I was in favor of the Former Military Spouse Protection Act, never knowing that eventually maybe I might need it. But we weren't married long enough for me to take advantage of that. I was an advocate for it, and I still am. At any rate, after I was divorced, I decided I would stay in school, finish my degree, and stay in the area. And I was lucky enough to get 2 jobs. One with a defense contractor, but it was a temporary job. No payment, no pension plan, no promotion eligible for me. You get the picture here. I wasn't able to accrue wealth the way most people are who stay in a career field or who stay in one place long for a period of time. At the time I was working for the contractor, I met Kevin, my husband, and I became once again a military spouse. I moved to a temporary assignment with no job available, and then we were stationed on Okinawa, Japan. I found a great mentor. I was hired as a contractor to help other military spouses overcome the same relocation issues I was having. But no pension, no retirement pay, and no chance for a promotion. Eventually, my mentor transferred back to the States, and I was able to get her job, which was a temporary civil service position. It was my job to help military spouses find employment. I had clients from all walks of life, and their military spouses were everything from junior enlisted to senior officers. But one day, I had a client in my office, and I will never forget. She came into my office trying to figure out how to apply for a job in her chosen career field. See, she was a dentist. She'd left a promising, valuable career, a practice in Southern California, with the idea that she'd be able to get a job as a dentist on Okinawa. Military dentists have those jobs. She didn't speak Japanese. She wasn't going to become a Japanese dentist. She sat in my office, and as I had to explain the reality to her that her chances of being a dentist were effectively nil, she was angry, she was confused, she was afraid, she didn't know what she was going to do. That's not just one instance. I was a career counselor for military spouses, both on Okinawa and then back again in Germany. I saw literally hundreds of spouses in that same kind of position where their same career field wasn't available to them. It was heartbreaking to talk to that woman. I will never forget her face. But again, it was not uncommon. We give up a lot as military spouses. We move. We have to decide whether to move with our spouses or to stay put and raise children or live alone without our spouses. We deal with deployments. We're very often either unemployed or underemployed. And again, no chance to accrue wealth through a pension plan, not for us. If we don't move with our military spouse, we live in a community where maybe nobody understands what it's like to be a military spouse. And so we don't have that community, that sense of support that is so important. We struggle to find childcare just like civilians. We sometimes put up with substandard housing. Now, no spouse enters into a marriage thinking it's going to end. We all hope for the best when we say those vows, and military spouses are no different. But it happens, and when it does, a military spouse should have the ability to have a judge review whether or not they're eligible to share in their members' retirement pay, just as the federal law allows. It is a small price for the sacrifices we make. It is fair. This New Hampshire legislature has done many good things for military spouses, and I thank you for that. You've made licensing easier for military spouses. That's really, really critically important. You know what we contribute to this state and to our country.
Are you willing to take any questions?
I am.
Any? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, there are no more pink cards, so I am closing the hearing on House Bill 170 and am opening the hearing on House Bill 178. Representative Nancy Murphy. with, I might add, some very distinguished co-sponsors. That's you too. I think you need to fill out a pink card, but do it after you.
I did.
You did?
Yep.
It's coming.
Ah. Under the wire. Would the owner of a blue phone please approach? Tell me one secret about what's on the screen so I'll know it's you. You're the winner. Where's the pink card?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Look, you're only a co-sponsor up there. We do have fun here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. I'm Representative Nancy Murphy, representative from the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough County, District 12. I'm happy to come before your committee today for the first time in quite a while, and to have the opportunity to do so relative to subject matter, special education, and foster parenting that have impacted my own life in my personal and professional reasons. As a former foster parent and adoptive parent of children with disabilities who have received special education services over the years, and as a result of my experience in my former role at New Hampshire's DCYF, I recognize the value of committed foster parents in educational decision-making for children in care who are without legal parents to fulfill that role. I also recognize the need to have our special education laws written in such a way that limits confusion and makes intent clear. It is likely for that reason that a constituent with a great deal of experience and expertise in the special education arena requested that I file this bill relative to clarifying confusing language in New Hampshire Special Ed Statute, RSA Chapter 186C, Section 14A, Paragraph 1. She is here actually and will also testify. I've provided copies of the current statute with the confusing language that this bill seeks to remove, highlighted and italicized in blue, though your copies say red, as they were printed, not in color.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Not in color, it only had a blue highlighter, so apologies. Just further confused this bill. Though HB 178 addresses statute relative to the appointment of foster parents to make educational decisions on behalf of children in their placement, it changes nothing substantive about the policy. It merely removes confusing, redundant language to better clarify the statute's meaning. As you can see, the line that's crossed out, that he or she has the knowledge and skills to represent the child adequately in services, appears in the introductory sentence of the statute. That same phrase is included in subsection 4. As written, the introductory sentence is confusing, and given it also appears later within the same section, is redundant and unnecessary. HB 178 simply seeks to just remove those 16 words so that the statute is more clear. I ask that you support an OTP motion on HB 178. Thank you for your time and attention.
I am so glad that you said what you just did. Both the red part isn't, that I appreciate that. But also, I was so afraid that you would say you can represent the child even if you don't have the skills to do it. And that didn't sound very nice.
Right. Yes.
But what you're saying is right there in front of me in plain sight in bold letters, the language is still there. We're still looking for people who are capable to do it. You're just removing a redundancy.
Exactly. Changes nothing about the statute.
See, I'm
doesn't
supposed to
change
ask you a question, so would you believe that?
I would believe
yes,
that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking the
Any other
question.
questions? Thank you.
Good. Thank you so
much. And the chair recognizes Bonnie Dunham. You have 20 handouts, or one handout 20 times.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Dunham. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm glad to be able to be here today. I've been an educational surrogate parent for 2 children, and I also conducted the training for about 10 years for parents who wanted to become educational surrogate parents. I always say educational surrogate parent because the first time I was appointed to a child, I went and met the people he was living with, and I said, I'm the surrogate parent, and I know they were wondering what role I played in his coming into this world. And so I always say that first. I kind of wish it said that anyway, but it doesn't. In the special education process, parents play an essential role. They're members of the child's individualized education program team or IEP team, and they make decisions at every step in that process. But some children don't have someone to do that for them, not because the parents are busy. It's only when a parent is unknown, can't be located, or the child is in the custody of DCYF. In that case, so that the child does still have someone representing them in the parent role, whose only role is to look out for that child as if they were the parent in that process, the state is required to appoint a surrogate parent for that child. And in fact, RSA 186C:14 establishes that process for training and appointing a surrogate parent to represent that child. When that child has a foster parent, though, and the foster parent would like to be able to represent the child and advocate for them in the special education process, RSA 186C:14-A provides a simplified, streamlined process for that to happen. They don't necessarily have to go through the 9 hours of training. They just need to be able to demonstrate that they know enough. They need to pass the test that somebody would pass after taking that, so that they can demonstrate that they can appropriately represent that child. As part of the group that talked about that when the federal law was changed, under the federal law, a state could decide a foster parent is just a parent in that process. We knew several times, though, when a child was with a foster parent who wanted to represent them, and 3 months later said, I can't handle this child, and gave them up to another foster parent, the child lost their surrogate parent and their foster parent and was left in limbo until someone new was hired. And so that's why one of the requirements is that they have to have a long-term relationship with the child of at least 1 year. So you know that they know what they're in for and they're committed to that. The idea of having a simplified process is fantastic, but having language in that first sentence that is discombobulated and confusing kind of undoes the simplification of that process. Instead of just reading a foster parent or parents may be appointed by the Commissioner of the Department of Education or someone else, right in the middle of that, it says a foster parent may be appointed by the Commissioner of the Department of Education, that he or she has the knowledge to represent the child adequately in services or designee. So somebody cut and pasted it in there by mistake. It's just fixing an error, and this sentence fixes that, and the requirement that they have knowledge and skills still exists. So
Okay, any questions in the interest of combobulation?
Yes.
I was talking to my wife the other day. When do you ever hear that word? Thank you for that word.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Do we all want to stand up and shout hooray? This ends the hearing on House Bill 178. And now I am going to open the exec session, and the chair moves ought to pass. I'd like to have a Democrat second right over there. Representative Gregg had the hand up almost immediately. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would one of our 2 clerks call the roll?
Yes, I'm sorry.
2 clerks, no waiting.
I am.
The motion is ought to pass, moved by the chair and seconded by Representative Gregg on House Bill 178.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to go first or
I would
last?
enjoy going first. Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
still yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Rice, Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, myself, yes. Representative Seidel,
Yes.
Representative Love,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Markell,
Yes.
Representative Petrino,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque, Representative Levesque. Not here.
Got it.
Representative Gregg,
Yes.
Representative Raymond, Representative Georges,
Yes.
Representative Malone. Yes. Okay.
That's teamwork.
Okay, we have
9-7.
Might not always be that easy, but that was a good one to start with.
Our first of the new year.
I'll take it.
15-0 with
One absence.
one absence.
And this is where you say, would the person who made the motion write out the committee report or you cannot go home?
And that would be you.
That's me.
Oh, I thought so, but I was.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to close the exec session on House Bill 178. Await your paperwork and open the hearing on House Bill 204 relative to criteria for reporting child support delinquencies to federal agencies. Representative Chairman James Spillane.
Later.
Oh, thank you. Any objections to that going on consent? Hearing none, thank you. Hey, Representative Murphy, come back anytime. This was fun. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This will look familiar. In fact, all three of them that I'm going to be presenting today are going to look familiar. This bill is exactly as it passed this committee last term, exactly as it passed the Senate after passing the House floor. The Senate made a minor amendment. I kept that amendment in here to match what the Senate wanted. The only problem with it was we couldn't come to an agreement when it came back to the House because it was apparently commingled with some other things that we had to concur with, and it got non-concurred. But this is the bill that addresses a situation that I experienced personally, where we identified and it was confirmed in the Senate when the chairwoman of the committee over there asked for more information from the department and gave them a week to come up with proof that it didn't happen, and they were not able to provide such proof, and she made her amendment and passed it out of the Senate. The situation at hand is that the Department of Child Support Services expects the payment every week, and some of us are paid every 2 weeks. So every now and then in the middle of the year, it looks like we're short by about $5. And I went to go with a new job, get a passport renewed, sent my passport off, and my wages are garnished, so I had no way I could fall behind. I was notified by the State Department down in Washington that they were not going to renew my passport because I was behind on my child support. I said, well, how could that be? And when I called, they said, well, yeah, you're off by, I think it was like $6 and change, something like that. I actually had given last term the figures and the proof copy to the chairman so he could actually see the veracity of the misalignment. I had to pay that $6 and change, wait a few days, and then ask the State Department to please query the state again to see if I was up to date so that I could get my passport. And if I waited too long, it could have gone through another pay cycle and I might have been off again. So what we're trying to do is fix that problem by ensuring that, one, the dollar amount is actually reported, because when I was in discussion with the State Department, they said, we don't know what the amount is that you're in arrearage. We just get told that either red light, green light when we ask them if you're behind or on time. And we never get reported the amount. So we couldn't say, oh, that's just a rounding error or that's a problem, not really a delinquency. We'll go ahead and process it. So we're asking that with this bill that the agency, if they report to the federal government a delinquency, does report the dollar amount, and that they do not report delinquencies unless they actually meet the federal threshold that they say that they are not reporting unless they meet. I know currently that they're going to come up and testify that they do not report these unless they hit a certain threshold, and it's pretty high. But it happened to me, so I know that somehow it gets reported and it happens. So I want to make sure that we hold them to the threshold that they say they meet already by putting it in the statute. And I want to make sure that we also make them report the dollar amount so that if the situation pops up that it's $5 short, the State Department down in the federal government doesn't say, oh, this person's delinquent. They can say, oh, that's a rounding error.
And Mr. Chairman, I seem to remember when we did this dance once before, you were pointing out to me others for whom this had happened. In other words, you're not some poor individual solo sucker.
Correct.
There are
At first,
others.
there was a question as to whether this only happened for me, but your committee researcher actually got that data for your committee. And I do not remember what the numbers were, but I'm sure she could make that available again to the committee.
Oh, I'm sure she'd love to.
To show you that it happens approximately, I don't know, 100 or so times to citizens of New Hampshire every year. So.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for being here and sharing your story again. So I'm going to have one question and then follow up. So get ready for my follow up.
Okay, just go like this
So-
for follow-up.
Okay.
please,
Whenever you came before us last time and shared your story, you said 4 cents. So what is the amount that you were?
It was the 4 cents was it could be as low as 4 cents is what I had said, because it can be actually as low as just a couple of pennies if if it's a red light, not a green light, saying the person is not paid over their current due amount or paid at that level. If it's behind by as little as 4 cents, it gets a red light and gets denied. My case, I don't remember what the amount was. We had the paperwork all in front of you, Mr. Chairman, last time, but it was $6 and change or so, something to that effect.
Follow up?
There's my follow up or my crazy sign. Thank you for letting me follow up. So I also have a question because I remembered your thing. We talked outside of this about this. And so I went and asked a ton of people about that I know that have had their issue, that have been paying child support. Have they ever lost their passport? I found one person, he was 2,600, which he met the federal threshold of 2,500. I couldn't find anybody that was close to you. As a matter of fact, whenever they got below 2,500, they were ready to do that. So I know that you've said you provided it for Pearson, but is there some way that you can provide us documentation showing that happened? Like you could take out your particulars, but showing that it's like $6, because you said you don't know the amount, but it was $6. But can you show us
If
something
I go and dig it up
showing that?
again, I can probably find that and provide it.
That would be helpful because you're
probably
the
do
only
that.
one I can find.
Well, I can tell you that the numbers that were brought up by your committee researcher showed that it happens to a lot of people for very low amounts every single year. And that was actual state data that she was able to find in a day. It didn't take very long. So it does happen. It does happen to a lot of people. And it's not, the other issue with that threshold is it doesn't automatically clear me again. If it goes below the threshold, you have to actually proactively call and tell them you're now below it. So where I was garnished, I wouldn't have even known that I was reported until I went to renew my passport. There is no proactive mechanism within the department to say to me, we've reported you for delinquency. Nor is there one to clear me if I'm no longer delinquent. So falling behind, and the way it lines up, I get paid every 2 weeks. At the beginning of the year, I'm dead even. By the middle of the year, nothing lines up, and I'm always delinquent a certain amount. By the end of the year, it catches right up again, and it's 100% lined up. Well, by the end of the year, it lines up again. I'm no longer delinquent, but they're not going to clear me. So that could carry on for years until I proactively call them and say, hey, would you double check and clear me from the delinquency because I'm not delinquent anymore.
Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you had never reached the threshold of arrearages of $2,500.
Correct, because I was garnished and my pay never hit that. It was always taken out, but I couldn't understand it until I started lining up how much were they expecting each week with how much was getting sent by my company every 2 weeks, and realizing that it was going down, but it was never more than 20 some odd dollars in the very middle of the year that it misaligned by. And at the time that I asked for the passport, I think it was $6 and change that I had to pay them over the phone, so that I could become zero, so that I could then call the State Department in Washington and have them issue the passport. So I could go to my new job in Canada and visit the office.
Over
And run for
$6.
parliament.
Yes.
Follow up?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rice, a follow up? Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
I am hoping third time's a charm on this.
Me too.
And Attorney Matthew Hayes from the Bureau of Child Support Services, Legislative Liaison, and part of the beauty pageant this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So it's at the outset, I'm aware that this bill's was coming through this committee last year, and just want to state that the Bureau is neutral on this bill. I did not put that I had much. I figured there's going to be questions, so I wasn't going to say that much. Again, we're neutral on the bill. We feel like we're already complying with it, and if the legislature feels it's appropriate to pass this legislation, we have no opposition.
In other words, it might not help, arguably, but it won't hurt.
I don't see how it can hurt. Like I said, I think that the program is already reporting in compliance with federal guidelines. The system is set up in a way where it reports the arrears to the federal child support agency when they reach a certain threshold, like we've all spoken about many times. So in this case, 2,500. When it gets to that point, that gets reported to the federal agency, child support agency, and then.
I realize this is speculative, but how might you account for Chairman Spillane's problem and that of maybe 100 other people?
I can't really speak to anyone's specific case. I'm not even allowed to due to confidentiality. I don't know why that. If that, I really can't speak. I don't know.
Well,
They
then-
shouldn't know about it. Sorry.
Oh, then let's move to a hypothetical of a citizen of undetermined name were reported for $50 and yet the threshold is 2,500. How might that be occurring?
I don't know. I mean, it's electronically transmitted, so I don't think there's no person that's doing it. So, it gets, the balances get electronically transferred to the federal child support agency, and they send it along to the applicable federal agency. In this case, it'd be the Department of State, and they would put the hold on the passport, and then it would be continuously, the balances would be reported every month, I believe every month, to the federal agency, and if it reached zero, then it would drop off. Or if somebody wanted to reach out to the case officer and ask about it, maybe some other sort of arrangement can be made with the state agency.
Okay.
So it's more of a case-by-case basis.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You made a statement that said that when the arrearages reach zero, it just drops off. Does that mean that your agency does not specifically report to the federal government that the arrearages are now in a zero status?
Thank you for the question, and that's a really good question. And you have to understand, I'm not really an expert on the technology piece of it, but it's my understanding that, yeah, the balance, I think of it in my head as almost like it's coded in a certain way. So if it's zero, if the arrears are zero, then it should go to the federal child support agency as zero, and then they should take it off. That's my understanding of the program. The information that we've submitted to this committee in the past has stated if it's zero, the passport should be returned. But if it's not zero, then yeah, if it could theoretically be a small balance that's causing it to stay revoked. And I think that's what you were probably getting at, perhaps.
Yeah, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my follow-up. I just want to make this clear in my head. Thank you. So you're not sure if the specific data entry is made to notify the federal government that it has reached a zero status. Is that correct?
No, I think that they were told it's zero, if it is zero when it gets reported. I just don't know exactly IT-wise, like how the computer tells the other computer, if you will, like how that exactly looks, but the balances would show the zero, and that should trigger the federal agency to restore the passport.
One more.
Thank you. So it could be as low as what we heard testimony as 4 cents, and the person would be denied a passport because of 4 cents. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about 4 cents. What I can say is that confidently, based on how the program works, if it hypothetically went over 2,500, let's say, and then it got revoked, if it later on in the case history, somebody was paying it down and they were doing a good job, but it was, let's say, when it got reported, it was $200 balance, it would stay the same until it reached zero. Or if the state agency says, codes it with a restoration, like flags it for saying, no, we worked something out, restore it. And again, I'm trying to paraphrasing how computers would essentially, it would be coded probably in a way that would make them do that. There's no person that would call them and say anything. If that makes sense.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here in your testimony. There are a few things that just broke my brain last year, and this was one of them in looking at it. And with the amendment, like, I think it's fine and everything, but my concern is if this is happening, certainly on a grander scale than one, where the breakdown is, because this would technically have to break in 2 tech spaces, right? First your reporting and then the federal also? Because it goes through, it's almost like 2 steps to do this, correct?
Thank you for the question. I hadn't thought of it that way personally, but that's a good point. The systems would, in theory, be talking to each other, and it would. I'm not sure how it would look on their end if. I mean, they would be given, like I said, they would be given a balance. They wouldn't be given a balance unless it met the threshold, and once they are in the threshold, so they shouldn't see something that. They shouldn't see a case that never met that threshold. I don't know why that would happen. And like I said, it's at some point it becomes an IT question. I'm not really sure, but that's not how the system should work.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Attorney Hayes, for taking my question. So my question is about that threshold, right? So is the Child Support Agency, the state, reporting every month everybody who's in arrears to the federal, or are they only reporting the ones that hit that $2,500 threshold? And then I have a follow-up after that, whichever the answer is.
Okay, let him answer, then wave
Yeah.
at me, okay?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's also a really good question. They have to meet the threshold first.
Okay.
In that, not to make it more confusing, but there is other thresholds, and the other common one is the tax intercept. That one's a little bit lower, so that one's $500. So it could be different thresholds, but let's maybe just for simplicity stick with what we've been talking about. Yeah, they wouldn't know about it unless it met the threshold.
Okay. So for
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So for someone who is consistently behind by a couple $100, because we know sometimes this happens, you carry a balance, you're trying to get it down. Are they consistently being reported again and again, or only if, let me rephrase it. If they hit the 2,500, right? but they pay it down so that it's less than 2,500. Are they still reported, or does that stop?
I believe they're still being reported.
Okay, until it gets to 0.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, does the division now not notify people when they're in an arrearage?
And thank you for the question. They get the notification for the offset program would come from what I believe it's from the Federal Child Support Agency. They should get something from the Federal Child Support Agency saying that they're in the offset program now, and it references the child support program. That notice, I haven't seen it, but I know that they get something from the Federal Child Support Program telling them what the program is that they're been flagged for.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, is that only if they reach the 2,500? Or if they hit 200 in arrearages, they're getting a notice so they know?
I think it's only if they meet the threshold in either the tax one or this one or. So they only get that notice from the Federal Child Support Agency.
One more quick
One more.
follow-up.
Sure.
So I know that there's an automated telephone line that you can call here in the state, right? To find out how much you get, how much is owed, how much is in arrearages. I know for me, the person who's supposed to be paid, right? Does the person that pays, are those same, I don't know, options available? Like if they called, would it tell them how much they owed if they were in arrears? Because I know for me calling, it tells me how much I'm owed in arrearages. Does it, because I don't want to see these people set up to fail. I mean, we shouldn't be waiting till $2,500 to tell them they're in arrears. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's just setting them up for failure.
I agree, and I'd have to check in on that. And I know that there's notices that they would get from us as an agency before that about, I know there's a notice of debt that goes out early on in the case as well, but I'm not sure about that specific question. If I could get back to you, that'd be okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I try to type a notice, an email to the group. And there is a group email, CFL at such and such. I can't successfully do it on my email account. It always kicks out. And the IT department in the state has worked on this for several years. And their conclusion is there's got to be a glitch here somewhere, to which I agree. Which leads into the question of, could it be quite possible that with certain people in the state, there is a glitch here that is causing something to happen that shouldn't happen? Not because anybody's being bad, but a glitch is happening. That was a question.
I don't know, Representative. And thank you for the question. Like I said, I only know how the program works, and it's generally what I would tell people is, I didn't design it, so I really can't get into if there's a coding. I don't know what kind of issue there could be, but certainly I can't get any more specific than that.
But it is your testimony that were this to pass, it wouldn't hurt things.
Yeah, I would say that's the position that I took when I started. And I'm neutral.
Oh, sorry, that was not for you. That was me making a point to me. Okay, sorry. Yes,
Fair enough.
Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So passing this isn't necessarily going to fix the whole glitch thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like how would passing this fix a glitch that is in the system? I mean, do we have to make a bill to say to the Department of Child Support, you need to investigate this if this keeps happening?
We do.
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I don't think there's a glitch. I'm not aware of a glitch.
But this man has a glitch.
I can't speak to anybody's particular case. I know that someone brought something to our attention, we could certainly speak with them on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Well, folks, what do you think? I mean, I'm almost ready to quote a famous politician that says, maybe we just ought to pass this and see what happens. Somebody said that. And maybe if this problem goes away, this was successful, and if it didn't make it worse. I mean, you want to exec it? Are we ready to exec it, do you think?
No. Thank you very much. I just want to ask a question. If they notice the parent, like there is a notice, like a $60.
This would be a question to the attorney.
Like it was just for $60. He knows that, like he could not pay. He owes. There was a notice for him to know he owes $6.
Does the child, you send out notices for arrearages? Right.
Yeah, we send out notices. They wouldn't necessarily, somebody wouldn't necessarily get multiple notices from the federal agency that is dealing with threshold and the whole subject we were just talking about. They wouldn't get multiple notices from the federal government every month. Once they've hit that threshold, they'd get the notice, and then they're on notice.
We are both straying a bit from the bill itself and also repeating ourselves. One more, and then we're going to decide whether we exec or not. Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed
Chairman.
by the other one more, Corzine.
So are you saying that all delinquent notices come from the federal government and not the state? Because I'm asking if the state is sending out notices, not the federal government. I want to know if he was sent a notice that said he owed $6 before he was surprised by the federal government.
I feel like I'm trying to be. I don't want to comment on anybody's case. I really don't know about his case, what he may or may not have received. I'm just trying to speak generally. When somebody meets this threshold, they get a notice from the federal government because those programs are federal programs. There are other notices that people do get from our agency, but they come at different times and different points in the case for different reasons.
No. Last one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and answering my question. I think my question is along the same lines as Representative Rice. So someone's delinquent, and until they reach $2,500, they're still just within the state. What happens to those people who are less than $2,500?
Well, they wouldn't. Thank you for the question. I appreciate that, and that's an interesting question. But basically, there are other state remedies that we have, and we talked about. I can send you some more information about those. I mean, there's certainly other things that the Bureau can do to enforce the cases.
Just one follow-up.
But
Okay, we're kicking this around again and again. I just would like a show of thumbs. Are we ready to exec this or not? If so, thumbs up. If not, I think we are. Okay, good. Thank you, and thank you, Counselor. You've been grilled.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And this ends the hearing on House Bill 204. And now I'm opening the executive session on House Bill, wait for it, 204. And the chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass.
And we have a second, looking for somebody from Representative Georges. Welcome to the major leagues. And the motion before us is House Bill 204. The motion is ought to pass. Moved by Representative DeSimone and seconded by Representative Georges. And would the clerk, please call the roll, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Rice? Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Representative Nelson says yes. Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Corzine.
Yes.
Representative Markel.
Yes.
Representative Petrino.
Yes.
Representative Grossman. Absent. Thank you. Representative Levesque is absent. Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Raymond. Representative Georges.
Yes.
Representative Malone.
Yes.
Okay,
14 zip.
14 to nothing with 2 absences. The motion passes.
Is there any objection to this going on consent? I'm educable. It took me 2 years to recognize her hand. You know, I'm getting the thank you.
You educated now.
I'm educated, thank you. And Representative DeSimone gets a piece of paper from the clerk so she can write the committee report on it, just as I get one. This concludes the exec session on House Bill 204. And now I open the hearing on House Bill 213 relative to wage garnishment for child support, brought to us by Representative Chairman of Fish, Game, and Ocean Creatures, is it? What? Marine Resources, okay. Committee, thank you.
1 second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Once again, this is a bill that you all passed through the committee and we passed through the House floor last term. It did not make it through the Senate for some reason. This one simply is asking the courts during the final decree period of a divorce when there is child support involved to notify the parties that there is currently a right under our law for them to not be garnished if they both choose not to. And that's all it says. It basically is because I found out that I had a right long after I was told by the court, oh no, it's automatic. Garnishment just happens and it's the way we do things. And when I was looking through the RSAs, after my ex asked me if I could please prepay for my son's summer camp, and I went to the state and said, is there a way I can send you extra money for a couple of months extra up front so that they could put a down payment on the summer camp? They said, no, we don't have a way to handle that. If you send us 2 months extra, we're going to end up sending it back to you, but it'll take a while. So you're better off just to give it to her, and it won't count towards your child support, but just give it to her. And I said, well, how come I can't prepay? Well, you could have made arrangements, they told me, to pay directly to each other. And neither one of us knew that because we were both getting along quite fine with me just paying whenever I was due paying her. So we're asking here with this bill to say to the judge in the courtroom that part of the instructions in the final disposition is let them know they have a right if they both agree to not be garnished. There are some situations where I've put in here that they should not be allowed to do that. One, if there's a protective order in place, that should not happen. One, if one of the parties lives out of state, that should not happen. And one, if the person is already delinquent on child support from someplace else, that should not happen. But in any other situation, if both parties agree, I think they should be told that they have a right to not be garnished and to avoid that system. And that's it.
Any questions for Representative Spillane, Representative Raymond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. I'm trying to recall our specifics, and I have something in my head about a form being our hang-up.
You guys developed a form in the committee.
We did.
You did.
Did we create a form?
You designed one or explained how it had to be done or something so that both parties would have that form at the final disposition and they could both sign into it, and it would have instructions saying that, you know, if you default, then you can be going into garnishment automatically. I don't know if I ever saw that form, but I know that the committee discussed it, and somebody came up with maybe it was you, Rep. Seidel. I don't remember, but somebody on the committee actually contacted me and said, we've made a form. So
Mr. Chairman, I pulled my stuff. I had form written down like 72 times and I found nothing else. And then I was like, why did I write down form? Can't remember. So
yeah, somebody,
I got, yeah.
because I think the only objection from the court side of things was that they didn't have any kind of a form for that.
Right. And it says the court shall create the form. And I think the judiciary was like, we don't create forms. And I think we,
Yeah, that was kind of it.
so,
Yeah.
right.
Keep going. Yeah.
But I do remember the committee did something with a form. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else? What do you think?
Mr. Chairman, I assume you're done with my testimony?
I'm sorry?
I assume you're done with my testimony?
We do always have people come in just, they're getting thinking and they don't want to jump in too soon. Representative Gregg is one of those. You have something to say?
Yes, I don't have a question for him. I have a comment for you,
would-
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
So it's not a question and it's not for him. Could we hold that
Yeah, can we just
until
hold-
anybody with an actual question? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee again.
No. No, you can't. Mm-mm. Are we ready to exec this? We're not. I mean, you don't have to be. Go ahead.
I'm concerned because we're wanting the courts to create a new form. This is what this would do. That's going to have a fiscal note on it. So I don't see anything for a fiscal note or anything. You can't just create a form and not cost money, unfortunately.
Representative Raymond will do it for nothing.
No.
No?
And she's not legally licensed to do that, I don't think.
Oh. Well, why don't we, does anybody know? How about our committee researcher? Would you know if the mere creation of a form would warrant a fiscal note to the bill? And could you call somebody for us, please? And we'll come back to this. Thank you. And you have 23 hours. It says it takes a day to come up with all that information earlier. So you got 23 more hours. So I am going to conclude the hearing on House Bill 213 and put the executing of it in abeyance, waiting for what our committee researcher comes up with. And with that, we actually have, can you believe it, 9 minutes. I cannot open the hearing until 3 o'clock. Before we get to the next bill, I am going to open an exec session briefly on House Bill 213, is it? Is that what we're doing? And the purpose of the exec session is not to exec the bill per se, but to request the budget people to prepare a fiscal note. This is what we found them saying to us, to Representative Gregg's question about, gee, if we pass the bill and doesn't have a fiscal note, what's going to happen? So the motion before us is, does this committee wish the budget office, whatever it is, to prepare a fiscal note for us? And I will move that as the chair. Representative Gregg will second that. Any discussion on it? This does not commit us to the bill. It just means we can then go forward with it. That is the motion.
Just so it's on the record, I'll go ahead and say that the reason we're doing this is because we learned last time the courts do not make forms. So we understand they're going to have to get an outside resource and there will be a cost for this. So we're just trying to be as responsible as we can with this bill, with the knowledge we have.
That was a good catch on this, Representative. So would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to ask for a fiscal note?
On the motion to ask for a fiscal note for HB 213, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Rice. Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Nelson, yes. Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Corzine.
Yes.
Representative Markell.
Yes.
Representative Petrino.
Yes.
Representative Grossman is absent. Representative Levesque is absent. Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Raymond. Yes. Representative Georges.
Yes.
Representative Malone. Yes. Unanimously,
14 zip?
yes.
This is OTP.
OTP.
It's an exec OTP.
I don't know how to put that.
I don't either.
I don't either. That's why I just put it on a post-it and
Why don't you
I was
just put
gonna
it on-
ask.
Put it on a sticky and call
Yeah.
the House clerk.
Yeah. Fiscal request,
It's just, yeah, but
So I'm
we
not
gotta,
gonna put it on my.
I don't think it goes on a green sheet. But
fiscal,
I think it's got to go to
request.
the budget people. So call Paul.
Yeah. sure will.
Thank you.
Well, we have the, oh, sorry.
Yes. I now open the hearing on House Bill 243 with Representative Chairman of, I never get this right, Fish, Game, and Marine Sources? Resource, I'm getting closer each time. And it's House Bill 243, an act relative to the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. And just before the break, we counted 67 in favor and 4 opposed online. And I'm sure the numbers are continuing to come in as we speak. Chairman Spillane, thank you. Present your bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, this will look familiar. This is the same exact bill that was passed through the House 3 times last term. And I'm sure you're wondering, how could you do it 3 times in one term? Well, especially with an evenly divided House where we were basically 50-50, it's a very bipartisan concern that people have with the weaponizing of the system. There are 30 or so states that this is currently already a law. There's a penalty in place when you do a false report. Ours is a little bit higher bar because we want to make sure we don't just automatically start scaring people from making reports. So you have to do, the way this bill is written, it's, you have to have made the complaint knowingly false with intent to harm, which is very hard to prove. So it wouldn't happen to any first-time reporter. It would only happen to somebody who they could build up a pattern of abuse against the system with. And because of this committee's request last term, we added a section into in fact, I believe it was the chairman who asked for this to be added in, that there was a section for professional mandatory reporters who fail to make a report, because we realize there's nothing in statute to put a penalty on somebody who is a professional reporter. Now, you're all mandatory reporters, everyone is, so we wanted to make sure we made a distinction that they're professional mandatory reporters, those who are in the profession and trained, and if they fail to make a report, they also could get a penalty. So the way this passed through the House 3 times last term was that I passed it through in the very first year, and it became the House position, although the Senate retained it. When I introduced it in the second year, exactly as it was the same, it was again tabled by the Senate. And so then when an amendment came over from the Senate, from the chairman of the committee over there, I put it on that I put it as an amendment on that, and we passed it through the House as an amendment to that bill that came over from the Senate, and they killed that one too. So we're back here again after passing this through the House with Democrat and Republican support, and we're trying to do it again. Hopefully we can get it through the Senate this time, and hopefully we'll get it through the House first yet again. I'll take any questions if anyone has them, but everyone who was here in the committee last term knows this one inside and out, and I think you probably already know.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is kind of a question, but I think it might be helpful if you go over it again, just because at least I think about half of our committee is new. So I think it would be helpful for
I
you
will,
to go over
if that is the wish of the committee. So it does not prohibit anonymous reporting, but it encourages non-anonymous reports. You'll see this new language that says reports made to the department may include the name, address, or phone number of the person or persons making the report of a suspected abuse or neglect of a child under this chapter. It says they may, they don't have to, but the department themselves said they prefer if they have a name so they can follow up. So they liked that. And this language was actually drafted by the prior director of DCYF and myself before he left, and we have a new one now. The department may also inform the complainant that should the complaint be made maliciously or with intent to harm, the complainant may be subject to criminal and civil penalties. This is an optional, but I was told by the director of that department that he would love to be able to have his employees be able to give that sort of verbal prodding if they know it's the same person calling yet again, because they said there's very few of the people who take the calls, and they tend to get to know a voice or a number, and they might be able to stop things right there if they can give this warning. So that's in there as well at the as a may. Doesn't have to be done, but at the discretion of the person taking the call, it can be given as a warning. There's a new section 2 under the immunity that says nothing in this section shall provide civil or criminal immunity for a professional mandatory reporter who knowingly fails to make a report of suspected abuse or neglect under RSA 169C:29, or for a person who knowingly files a false report of abuse or neglect with malice or the intent to harm under RSA 169C:31A. That's the section that basically has the penalty for the false report, but also at the prodding of this committee puts a penalty in for those people who fail to report, so they can be held accountable.
These would be professional people such as...
It specifically says only the professionals if they fail to report. Professional mandatory reporter. But the other bit for making a false report is anyone. And that's it. That's the extent. The penalties are already in different RSAs, and I assume that the reference to those was one of those things that the Senate wanted, because that way it was not something that we were introducing a new penalty. If the penalty gets updated in the other one, we're still referencing that one and it's done in one place for a cleaner bill. Originally, my original language many years ago said it was a misdemeanor. That's now referencing other areas where it's a misdemeanor still. So it's still a misdemeanor.
Are you open to questions?
I am open to questions.
One question I would have, I love to see what other states do, but then I like to go into a little bit of detail. And if a bill sounds kind of conservative, what do liberal states do, and vice versa, just to see if maybe this isn't a conservative or a liberal thing. States of all kinds and shades of colors are in on it or in some way or other. I know that Massachusetts and New York has some pretty strict...
And California.
Okay, it has some pretty strict penalties on this. In your knowledge, has this led to a significant diminution of complaints? In other words, people are scared off.
No, and I think if you asked the divisions in all three of those states, if they are getting plenty of reports, they would agree that they have more than they can handle. But the false ones are not being done as proliferately because they can actually penalize people. One of the things that I find egregious that we can hopefully fix by passing this is that if I went out right now and pulled a fire alarm for no reason, I could get charged with something. If I went and made a false police report, I could get charged with something. But the way our law is written right now, if my neighbor decides to have his dog poop in my front yard and I didn't like it, I could call up and report him as abusing his kids, and there's nothing that can be done, even if they know it's me who did it. In fact, even if I call up every week and report him for abusing his kids, there's nothing they can do. And DCYF is under an obligation to investigate every claim they get. And that takes away the resources from other cases where they really should be spending their time. Real cases of abuse, and instead they're chasing down dead ends from family members. One of the things that was told to me by the other director of DCYF, who's now left, he said that one of the biggest problems they had was once the opioid epidemic got really big and they were losing parents to incarceration or overdoses, and the children were being placed with grandparents, they found a surge in the number of complaints they were trying to handle because this grandparent thought they should have custody, and if they made complaints about that grandparent, then they could get the custody of the kids. And they were not true complaints. There was no real danger to the children, but the system was being weaponized because they realized there's nothing they can do if I make those complaints. It's also weaponized in the case of divorce a lot.
Any questions, Representative Raymond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. So as, I don't know if everybody knows, but as a lot of people know, I actually worked for Child Protective Services in New York for many years where they have a similar law, but you're not allowed to report anonymously in New York. And frankly, a lot of the malicious reporting that we got when I worked there was in the cases of domestic violence or an acrimonious divorce. I never once saw in all the years anybody get it prosecuted for this, which I think I've said before. My question is about how this bill will address the people who are going to continue to call anonymously to report their ex or their neighbor or the person that they're angry at. Because I think right now, anybody can do that anonymously. The bill doesn't change the ability to do it anonymously. And the people up at the state have a lot of training on how to identify whether or not something seems like it's a legitimate complaint versus not. Like, they ask a lot of questions and they have decision trees. And if we learned this morning that they screen out a good percentage of the calls that come in already because they don't meet the criteria. So I guess my question is, how do you see this bill impacting like the anonymous situation and also, you know, the maliciousness that you're alleging happens?
Thank you for the question, Representative. You know, if it was up to me, I would love to remove the anonymous ability the ability to make an anonymous complaint as well. But I was told by the department and people who worked there that they had concerns about that. And so in an effort to try to get something done, to get at least some amount of accountability to prevent those that where the person was known. And there's an example I could give you from one of the people who called me, and I get more and more calls every year that this bill is going forward, and especially when it hits the papers. There's a person from the press here today that was talking about it. I get more and more complaints and calls from people that I don't even represent in my district, but they heard about the bill and they want to tell me their story. So there's a woman in another part of the state, and I won't say the area, but mother of 4, 2 sets of twins, going through a divorce that was taking 5 years, and was getting calls once a month or so from the girlfriend of the ex-husband, the new girlfriend of the ex-husband, in an effort to try to change the way that the divorce outcome would happen. She had to basically talk to them about the complaint every single month, once a month, and it caused stress in the family. It caused stress to her. They knew who it was calling. She didn't do it anonymously, but there was nothing they could do. And those false reports were made exactly fitting what we would call maliciously with intent to harm. So I've seen many of these, and this would at least handle some level of it. And whether in the future somebody decides to remove all of the anonymous part too, that's fine. In my opinion, you shouldn't be able to make such an egregious complaint anonymously, but that's not what we're here for today.
Quick.
Follow-up, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My other question was about the definition of a professional mandatory reporter. Is that term defined anywhere else in statute? Because I'm curious if this impacts someone who has a professional job who is reporting as a citizen, or only if they're reporting in their professional capacity, and how the law might interpret this. Like if we have a doctor who's shopping at Walmart and he sees, a kid being, violently shaken or abused at Walmart, is he now a professional mandated reporter, or is he a citizen who happens to have a job that professionally he would also have to report?
Good question. I do not know. I trusted OLS to take the language that the chair gave me, as he himself is a professional mandatory reporter, and for them to craft around it. But it might be something good to look into to find out if it's defined somewhere. But also keep in mind, the professional mandatory reporter part is only a penalty if they fail to report under the statute that says that they are a mandatory reporter. The regular false reports is everybody. So if the professional mandatory reporter saw somebody in a supermarket and walked by, I can't see how they'd be under the obligation as their job, and I don't think that would apply, but it's a question for OLS.
Well, yeah, I guess that's my question, because if they're professionally in their job, if they saw it in their waiting room, they would have to call. But if they're at Walmart and they see it and they don't call, are they going to be subject to the same kind of penalties, since we are all mandated reporters?
I imagine that first you'd have to figure out who was going to know that he was a doctor in Walmart that didn't report. But
I don't know. It's New Hampshire. We all know each other.
but in any case, it's a very good question, and I would certainly go and ask further questions if you'd like me to, and get an answer back for the committee.
I might suggest,
or you could have your researcher do it.
Well, I might suggest, Representative, that you chase this one down. Also, while you're going to be making an amendment, I'm not going to exec this for a bit. The 500 section of, I'm totally blanking. What's that pink book that I've read so many times? Oh, Rules of Evidence. The 500 section deals with privileged communication. So if a mandatory reporter witnesses something in certain professional capacities, that person can't report. So it wouldn't be a bad idea, while you're fleshing out what a professional mandatory reporter who knowingly fails is, you also take a look at the exceptions to that. I would hate to get into a legal crossfire between the 500 section, which is lawyer-client, priest-penitent, which is 505, and 502, which I think is lawyer and client, and 503 is counselor and doctor, and so on. So, in other words, while you're up, might be good to really polish this one up.
Absolutely.
Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I kind of have two questions.
Go with the
I'll
first
do
one
one first.
first.
So I'm concerned about the language that says the department may inform the complainant that should the complaint be made maliciously or with intent to harm, the complainant may be subject to criminal and civil penalties. I have concerns that they're going to pick and choose who they're going to tell this to because it says may.
Right.
They should be doing this if they're under penalty of trouble.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. My original draft of that said they shall, and the director of the DCYF department said he didn't really want his people to have to say that to everyone. He wanted to let them make the choice under their own discretion because they had so few people taking the calls that they got to know certain people who did it often. And they wanted to be able to give that warning to those people that they knew was the same person calling yet again. And so that was actually a request from the department that changed from a shall to a may.
Thank you.
And under that, the fact that it uses the word subject to still gives discretionary power. In other words, you're vulnerable to it. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. So the may just heightens, I think, their point on this. Question 2.
Is there anything in the law that prohibits someone from taking civil action against someone for filing false reports? Because I know that you have it in here. Is there anything that prohibits them from doing that without this being in the?
I don't know that it's specifically prohibited, but I know that in the case when I had a false accusation made against me many years ago for political reasons, the person did it anonymously and we weren't able to chase it down. If they were prosecuted, they would be able to then have that extra evidence for the civil case. So I don't know if there's anything that prohibits that, but I know it can be expensive to defend yourself against a false claim as well. I know I dropped personally $4,000 on a false claim before it was considered unfounded after 2 weeks of telling them, no, you're not coming in the house, but we can meet at the attorney's office. So
Thank you.
Anyone else on the committee? Question for the witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
And thank you for the committee.
Chair recognizes Susan Larrabee from DCYF.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Susan Larrabee. I am General Counsel and Legislative Liaison for the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. I'm here basically to answer any questions you may have about this bill. I recognize, and we all recognize as part of DCYF, that you all have worked very hard on this bill, especially the representative sponsoring the bill and working with former Director Ribson on this. So we take no position as to the bill itself. We absolutely recognize the need to balance that civil and criminal immunity for those who are in good faith seeing something, saying something, that no and tell campaign that we've all worked on over the years with stakeholders. See something, say something, when you have good faith to believe that a child has been abused or neglected, that we all have to watch out for our children. And to balance that with those who weaponize that reporting. So of course we recognize that there is a balance to that. What I was going to testify to has already been addressed. The bill that we received to do a fiscal note on still had the language shall, that the department shall inform the caller that they could be held to civil or criminal liability. And that was what we took issue with in the bill. Because when we're talking with the caller, It is so important for the central intake worker, the social worker, to get as much information from that caller as possible about the facts, how they know, why they know that this child could have been abused or neglected. And that also includes working with that caller to feel comfortable to give them their name, their contact information. Because not only is the caller talking to that witness, later on, if that gets screened in and referred for an investigation to an assessment worker, that assessment worker is going to want to call and talk with that worker, talk with that caller and get more information, do a full interview with that caller. And if we were to tell them, hey, by the way, just so you know, and then regurgitate what it says here, that you can be if you made this call with malicious intent or with intent to harm, you may be subject to criminal or civil liabilities. We are afraid that it would have the opposite unintended results. They would immediately hang up and not be cooperative with the experience. That's so important that they give us that information. And typically they do. Out of the 27,000 reports to central intake in this fiscal year of 2024. Only just over 1,000 were anonymous, 1,203. And I think, again, that comes to having that conversation with the caller. Hey, tell us about this. How do you know this? Why do you know this? And to tell them that they could be held liable, we think would have the unintended result. So we're happy to see that the shall has been replaced with may. As a follow-up to your question about, is there a definition of professional reporter? Well, it's a little bit complicated because the law itself in 169C29 does give the laundry list of those professions that typically have the confidential privilege attached to their work. And honestly, I think that's why people forget that very last sentence, because it goes through any physician, surgeon, county medical examiner, psychiatrist, resident, intern, dentist, social worker, daycare worker, on. And then the very last sentence says, or any other person having reason to suspect that a child has been abused or neglected shall report. So that laundry list is what we would consider the professional reporter. And if there's any other questions you may have for me, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Seidel, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Could you repeat the RSA?
Could you be a little closer to the mic, please?
Are you able to repeat the RSA that you were referring to with the laundry list, please?
Yes. So the mandatory reporting statute is RSA 169C:29.
Does that have, and I'm not going to run back to get it, but does that have any carve out for privileged communication listed there, or is that assumed?
No, because again, it's implied that this is because these professions have that professional confidentiality attached with their licensing. I know healthcare has it specifically in one of their statutes referring to healthcare. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming to talk to us. Can you tell us a little bit about the people who work up at Central Intake? Are they like dispatch officers, like when you call to report a car accident or a crime, or are they more social workers who have an interview process with the person calling?
Sure. During the day, and I believe the hours are 8 to 5:30. It is staffed by a CPSW staff, so a child protection social worker, somebody typically who is not hired to be central intake. They have been hired to be an assessment worker, a field worker, and they have transferred positions and are now a central intake worker. However, after hours, because the mandatory hotline is open 24/7, during after hours, including weekends and holidays, it is staffed by more of what we would call a traditional dispatcher. We have a contract with a residential facility in Massachusetts, a home for little wanderers.
Oh, yeah.
That has we have a contract with.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Emily Lawrence from Waypoint. And she's got written testimony. And good penmanship. That good penmanship, isn't that good?
Really good.
Very good, yeah. Yeah, very neat. Yeah. We can waive the badge if you help you. You gotta, one try too. You know what else you gotta do? Bingo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Child and Family Law Committee. My name is Emily Lawrence, and I'm the Advocacy Director with Waypoint. Just to give you a little background on Waypoint, we are a statewide agency that provides services for children and families. Those services include court-ordered services for families that are involved in DCYF, the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. So those could be in-home services, as well as community-based voluntary services for families that are at risk of involvement with the Division for Children, Youth, and Families. We also do supervised visitation and family reunification and permanency, among other things that relate to this bill. I'm here today to testify in opposition to this bill, and I just want to share, I outlined my concerns in my written testimony, so I just want to share a couple of points of concern. Our main concern is that the bill will have a chilling effect on reporters. I want to be clear that we do understand concerns about false reporting. I, in my prior role, had heard those concerns, and I don't want to dismiss them, but I think for us, the importance is the safety of the child. And so I'm worried that the average person may already be reluctant to report because they may not want to interfere or disrupt a family's life. They may not be intimidated by the reporting process. And so they may not appreciate or even read the statute to know that they would have to do it. They would have to knowingly and with malicious intent file a false report. So I'm worried that this will further decrease reports for abuse and neglect. I think there are also concerns when there are situations of domestic violence where almost what people are worried about happening right now for the purpose of the bill could happen in the flip, in that someone could weaponize this bill against a victim saying, well, if you're going to report this, I'm going to say you did it knowingly and with malicious intent. And so victims may be reluctant to report a legitimate abuse that is happening. So those are our primary concerns. I will note, and this has already been discussed, that there is some concern with the language of that you've already discussed about professional mandated reporter. I think that there could be some, if the legislature is inclined to pass the statute, there should be some clarity introduced into that, and perhaps even just referring back to the professions that are enumerated in 169C29 would be helpful, so that people are given notice if they are considered a professional mandated reporter. Again, if the legislature is inclined to pass this law, we would also suggest that there are alternatives to the immediate option of a misdemeanor. Several other states, and I believe Mr. Chairman had mentioned Massachusetts earlier, have different approaches. Massachusetts, and I put all of these in my written testimony if you want to see, has a graduated approach. So the first two calls would be for fines, and then the third call would be for a criminal penalty. Maine simply exempts people from civil and criminal immunity, and then Connecticut gives the judge the option. So the judge can choose whether it is a civil penalty with a fine or whether it's a criminal penalty. So I would argue that those are a bit less daunting for people. So again, if people are reluctant to call, then maybe that would make them less reluctant if they weren't worried that right off the bat it could potentially be a misdemeanor. So those are our concerns, and I'm happy to take any questions at any time. Thank you very much.
How would you compare the statement that was made earlier that states with penalties have not seen a diminution of calling with your statement? You are speculating that it
Agreed.
would cause a shortfall, but it seems that the evidence is that it's not.
I would agreed that I don't have data to show that that actually happens. It doesn't mean it doesn't. It's just that I'm not sure that states have. We did look for that data and we were not able to find any. I think from Waypoint's perspective, it really is about protecting children. And so that is our primary concern, that we would not want one child to go abused or neglected because someone was leery of reporting.
Would it be abuse of a child if frivolous complaints were regularly made against the house that child lives in, the parents in particular? Wouldn't that traumatize the child, that there are all these investigations going on? Wouldn't that hurt?
I think if you have multiple repeated investigations, possibly, but I also think that DCYF, you've heard that they ask a number of questions. They are adept and experts at screening people in or screening people out. So I know that a lot of those calls are caught right from the get-go.
Would the reference to RSA 169C29, which defines, as we heard, professionals, be adequately close to the statement professional mandatory reporter? Because it's in the same sentence. Would that be close enough to define who a professional?
You mean referring to those professionals in there?
Yeah, you said that
I think
it's
so.
a vague term,
Yeah.
but it's defined in the same sentence by shooting us to a RSA reference.
Oh, it is. It sends you to
page
169.
two. I missed it the first couple of times reading it through myself, but it's in page 2, Roman 2, bold italics, nothing in this section shall, and then it goes on professional mandatory reporter under RSA 169C29. Would
Okay.
that satisfy the concerns you raise?
That does there. You may want to also, it's also mentioned, I believe, on page 1. And so I guess it could arguably be implied, since 169C29, that's on line 24 of page 1. It's
Okay.
also referenced there. I would still argue it could just be clearer for people, but
Okay. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Representative Love, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Wouldn't the fact that we have anonymous reporting nullify a lot of your fears? It seems like you're afraid that people won't report, but they can still anonymously report. It just doesn't add up to me.
certainly people could anonymously report. I'm not sure everyone knows that either. So just like I don't think people would read the statute to know about the possible penalty for malicious false reporting. I'm not sure they would know that they could anonymously report. A lot of people don't know that until they call in. And I could be, I don't want to overspeak for the department, but I'm sure the department would prefer that people don't anonymously report. So they likely might ask for their name, and people may not know that they don't have to give it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the senior clerk, Jody Nelson, who is heading for the testimony table.
But only after she knocks you out.
That's why we have spares and everything.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for listening to me for a couple minutes. This should not take long. One thing that I wanted to have us think about is the impact that some false reporting has on daycares. In my discussions with some people about this bill, there are daycares that do have false complaints reported against them, and there are definitely repercussions for the daycare as well as the families who attend daycare. Long time ago, about 20 years ago, my daughter was about 3, and we had a wonderful situation with an at-home daycare person who also had previously watched older cousins of my daughter's. We had a very trusting and loving relationship with this person. And I received a phone call from Massachusetts DCF, and that person said, "Hello, Mrs. Nilsson, I need to talk to you about the daycare provider. We've had a report of child abuse against her, and I need to get some details from you." And I said, "Well, she has older children, and her youngest is a senior in high school, and I've only ever witnessed her being a wonderful mother. She loves her kids so much." And he interrupted me. He said, "No, Mrs. Nelson, I need to talk to you about a report that's been filed that has claimed she's been abusing your child." So to make a long story short, the report was closed. It was unfounded. However, myself and 6 other families had to immediately find alternate childcare during the course of the investigation. That was understandably closed quickly, and I appreciated that. I had, at the time, a very understanding employer, so taking 3 days off on an emergency basis and working from home was something that I would be able to do, but I also know that some of the other parents were concerned about losing their jobs. So I just wanted to, give that brief little story about myself and let you know that it's not only family members weaponizing the system to punish or get other family members in trouble or, new girlfriends or new boyfriends. It can also affect daycare situations as well.
Any questions? Thank you, Representative. You can return to your duties. Chair recognizes Attorney Lissa Mascio from the Office of the Child Advocate.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson and committee members. I am Attorney Lissa Mascio. I am the Associate Child Advocate from the state office, the New Hampshire Office of the Child Advocate. I am our Legislative and Policy Director. While all that paper is getting passed around, I'm going to give you our very brief elevator speech. We didn't get to present this morning. Chairman Pearson has invited us to come at some other time. We are a state agency, a very, very small one. We are independent, administratively attached to DAS, and we are mandated as oversight to all child-serving executive branch agencies. We were created in 2017 in response to some tragic child deaths in the state. Our purview was then expanded in 2020, so now we cover all state agencies that impact children, to include DCYF, Child Protection, Juvenile Justice, BCBH, all of whom you heard from this morning, as well as all contracted providers such as Waypoint, residential facilities, and all service providers. So we do both legislative work, systemic work, as well as we have a couple of ombudsmen who actually do case-specific work. They take calls about specific cases of concern involving children in the state, either not receiving services or not receiving appropriate services. So we look forward to coming and talking to you more soon. As for right now, we are here to oppose HB 243 as currently written, although it sounds like there might have already been changes since the published one that I last saw. This is similar to prior legislation we have actually testified before you over the last couple of years. Essentially, the Office of Child Advocate was created to give a voice to the best interests of children and advocate for children, particularly those involved with state agencies like child protection, in order to avoid future child deaths, issues like the Harmony Montgomery case. I'm sure you all know the high-profile ones, but there's thousands of children that are affected by this system every day at a much lower level that doesn't make the news. So just generally, we oppose any legislation that would limit reporting of suspected child abuse to the division, or as Attorney Lawrence mentioned, a chilling effect on reporting. When it said shall inform people that they could be reported, that could have a chilling effect on someone who's calling. As an attorney, I would also say if it's may, you now have a disparate impact or a potential like equal application problem of you're picking and choosing who you tell. So if someone gets penalties and they're like, well, no one ever told me, that's also a problem. We would be concerned about the chilling effect. As others have mentioned, we do still allow anonymous reporting here. We are in favor of that in order to allow everyone to make a report, even if they're not comfortable sharing their name. However, I believe Attorney Larrabee mentioned most people do share their names, and that is important because the DCYF assessment worker does follow up and get some really important information. So anyone who is told, we may use your name to hold you criminally liable, may withhold their name. Frankly, I believe Representative Raymond already mentioned, if you're allowed to be anonymous and you're making a malicious or false report, the chances are you're going to stay anonymous. You're not going to give your name anyway. So just as a practical matter, the impact of this law might not be that great, as folks who are planning on giving false information probably would already not give their name. In addition, people trying to make a good faith report may be inhibited with that warning, or even if they just heard about this law. As a further matter that hasn't been mentioned yet, the DCYF central intake workers, as mentioned by Attorney Larrabee, are social workers. Their jobs are to determine if a child has been abused or neglected, and to determine central intake specifically whether the facts being told to them rise to the level of even being screened in. Last session, the DCYF director testified that this bill wasn't necessary, false reporting really wasn't an issue, that DCYF is really doing a fine job of screening out reports that don't rise to the level, even if they are investigated, if the facts are not ascertained to rise to a statutory level for the definitions of abuse and neglect, they're unfounded. Now, unfounded doesn't mean false, but someone who's calling who isn't sure if it's abuse or neglect certainly might feel, well, if I'm wrong, am I going to be prosecuted? So again, this use of the word false, A, doesn't mean the person giving the information believes it to be untrue, but also an unfounded report does not mean it's false. It means that it didn't rise to the statutory level. So I think construction-wise, there's a lot of terms in here that are just problematic and would be incredibly difficult to enforce. And also, who's going to enforce this? It is not DCYF's job to determine the intent of the person calling. They're not trying to determine if the information is malicious, if it's given knowingly, falsely. Their job is to protect kids. And we want them to remain laser focused on that task to determine if this child is in danger, not to determine if this adult calling in has a bad intent, knows something's false, is reckless, or whatever other standard you want to put in there. That's simply not their job. So whose job is it? Who's going to be determining if this is false, if this is malicious? A similar issue exists with the penalties against a professional reporter, which I don't believe that 169C29 defines professional reporter. It has a laundry list of professions. So that's another issue. But regardless, for a professional of any sort to be held to a standard regarding a failure to report something, it's like proving a negative. Who's going to go out there and find these people that allegedly failed to report something that they may have known? It's not really a standard that can be proven. I'm not sure who would be doing that. And it really, having these civil and criminal penalties opens the door to, I believe someone already said, sort of the flip side of threats of, I'm going to now go civilly sue you for maliciously reporting me because we're having a neighbor dispute, or we're having a very contentious divorce, or this is a domestic violence situation. I think in particular, the civil penalties really opens the door to a lot of unnecessary and malicious litigation. And again, it's incredibly difficult to prove what intent somebody made a phone call with. So for all those reasons, and again, anyone that sat here last year probably heard me say the same thing on HB 1111. The wording of this bill is problematic. I know you've discussed a couple other states, mechanisms for this, and perhaps looking at those might be more helpful. But generally, the Office of Child Advocate does not support putting constraints around reporting. Our reporting law is purposely very broad and very sweeping in order to get the most number of reports to protect children. Because we can tell you the Office of the Child Advocates receives what's something called critical incident reports, which are reports of child deaths, parent deaths, severe cases of abuse and neglect. And typically those CIRs that we receive, there are numerous, sometimes up to 24 screened out reports for those families, numerous investigations that were unfounded. And then, in fact, in the end, the child is gravely injured or dead. So again, our process is not perfect, but we already see instances where kids are falling through the gaps and bad things are happening. We would hate to see any further constraints on people feeling like they can make calls, should make calls. We do have a very extensive no and tell training for teachers and other professional reporters, which is not defined, that really encourages people. If your gut is telling you something's going on, your job is to call. DCYF's job is to investigate and determine, not your job. That's not your job. Normal citizens, even professional reporters, we have trained professionals who generally do a very good job, and that's their job. So let DCYF do their job once they get that call to screen it in or investigate it. Don't put that burden on the general public. And I'm happy to take questions.
Seeing none? Seeing one? Representative Seidel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess you're the one this year that I'm going to miss the hand. It was Representative Raymond's turn before.
I think you've practiced looking at me a lot
I really
now.
have.
So
Yeah, I did it a
like
lot.
muscle memory.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just need to wear brighter colors.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chairman.
Seidel.
Thank you for taking my question. One of the comments you recently made was there's still kids falling through the gaps. And what I'm hearing a lot in people that are presenting against this bill is the concern for the reporter more than the concern for the child. So my concern is, if we're allowing all these people to maliciously report without knowing, and whoever is going to be determining whether it's malicious or not, there are actual cases going on, children that are being abused, and they can't be followed because we're following all these false reports that we have no penalty on. So could you explain how we can minimize the false reports without having something in legislation? Thank you.
I appreciate your question. You're right behind the. So again, I am not sure that there are a great number of false reports. Testimony last year from the DCYF director was that there aren't a lot of false reports. They don't feel like it's an issue. I certainly wouldn't testify to whether or not there are malicious reports or how many. I believe the current screening process screens out, at least this was the testimony of the DCYF director last year, and we don't hear otherwise, that, and again, I won't say what's false because it might not be correct, but that doesn't mean the person calling is making a false report. They have a concern. they should call their concern into the professional to assess. There are many, many reports that are screened out, which means it never even makes it to an assessment. Many reports. Once a report makes it to an assessment, that's where it's being determined whether it's founded or unfounded. But again, a lot of the cases, most serious cases we see, there are dozens of screened out reports. So nothing ever happened. That family was never even notified that there was a call. So from our experience at the OCA, that's not a problem. We are hearing about it. From the testimony last year, it didn't seem like it was a big issue that the division was concerned about. Their central intake is doing their job to screen in or out reports appropriately and then conduct investigations. And again, the OCA really is most concerned about the kids, because we would rather see too many reports made that maybe are screened out, but one more investigation that protects a child that may have been in grave danger is really enough for us to feel that it's important for that call to have been made.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Attorney Massio. One of the things that you said about what happens if DCYF thinks it's a malicious report made me think of a question about what happens when they think that. And so I almost think it's a question for DCYF and not necessarily you. But my question is, if the worker, whether it's at central intake or, you know, out on the ground, thinks that someone has made a false report in order to harm someone else, what do they do with that information if this bill is passed?
My friend Susan Larrabee may want to come join me.
So, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't think of it until she said that, and then
okay.
Now
well, and I can tell you, I was a DCYF attorney for several years. I was also a parent side attorney. I was also a private family law attorney handling many of those terribly contentious divorces. I think Attorney Larrabee said earlier, they do become familiar with these sort of frequent flyers of contentious divorce cases where calls are being made on each other. And often, I can tell you, the division will be subpoenaed into some of those divorce cases to testify about, because often there's reports flying back and forth. So I will defer to
I've been
Susan.
to many of those myself.
Yes. So, I mean, there are other mechanisms as well where, like, in a highly contentious divorce case, which is an in family division, but under 461A, not 169C, one or the other parent will actually subpoena DCYF to come testify about how terrible the other parent is. So those are handled in multiple arenas, but I will defer to Susan if she has some data.
Thank you.
Addressing the first question. So it has always been our belief that 169C39 covers both false reporting and failure to report when it says anyone who knowingly violates any section of 169C is guilty of a misdemeanor. And again, putting on my prior hat as a prosecutor, and you had asked Attorney Massio to ask, well, how does that happen? That, especially the duty to report, happens all the time, especially in my old world, where a kiddo would be interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center and would say, oh, I disclosed this last year to my teacher, and my teacher never, well, we learned the teacher never reported, or something like that. That would lead to a prosecution of failure to report. And absolutely, we are not criminal prosecutors at DCYF. And in fact, we are busy enough investigating abuse and neglect of kiddos. If we believe that there was a knowingly false report made to DCYF, we would refer that to law enforcement. It's law enforcement and prosecutors who are prosecuting criminal offenses, not DCYF.
You want some more? Yes.
Yeah, follow up.
Okay,
So that's,
follow up.
is that the current practice? The current practice is that if at a child advocacy center interview, or even a worker who's gotten 7 reports and they're all nothing, is the current practice that they would bring it to their supervisor and the supervisor would contact the police, or they just say too bad?
If we ever believe that there is a crime that has been committed, whether it be failure to report or a false report to law enforcement, yes, we would refer that to law enforcement. And majority of our cases involve a joint investigation, right? So anytime that we believe that a child has not only been a victim of abuse and neglect, also could be a victim of a crime, we report that to law enforcement, and we do what's called a joint investigation with law enforcement. So for instance, at a CAC, for the most part, I don't know the percentages, but majority of our cases, the DCYF worker, the law enforcement, and the prosecutor are all at the table of that CAC interview, hearing the information at the same time.
Last follow-up.
One more.
So if this bill were to pass with some of the changes that the chairman has suggested, would it change the practice in the offices at all?
It would not change current practice. We are currently asking for information. That first part that says we may gather information about the personal identifiable information from the reporter. We're already getting that. I explained earlier how helpful and how needed it is to have that information from the caller. And then again, if we believe that 169C39 has been violated, we would refer that to law enforcement if they haven't already learned that through the joint investigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councilors. Chair would like to recognize Catherine Shea.
Thank you. We look forward to coming to tell you more about the office.
We'll book a day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for hearing me today. Catherine Shea, Goffstown, mother of 2 sets of teenage twins now. Happy to say I've survived. And they're driving. They're 2 years apart. So, and I think you heard 2 sets of twins earlier. So thanks for hearing me today. I'll keep it short because I have to get to the DMV for my license. And why am I here today? Good question, because it's my birthday. So I feel this is so important to be here, and I don't just represent myself when I come here to Concord. I try to come as a volunteer to represent other people that can't be here, other divorced parents, other parents of special needs kids like myself. I have 3 that are on the spectrum. And as a profession, I do process reengineering. I'm a specialist in it. I'm a IT program manager. This is my thing. But today I don't want to be here about process, because we could go on all day long about process, and there's holes in it, and there's, needs better filtering. That's kind of a separate topic, like whatever their process needs to change to be better is also something good to think about. But for today, I really want to talk about the crux of this, which is dishonesty. And when I was a kid growing up, we were taught not to lie. We were taught there were consequences for lying. We were taught that if you told a lie, you're going to tell another lie and another lie to cover it up. And there are real consequences for those things. I heard somebody said earlier, unfortunately, whose job is it? Somebody said, unfounded does not mean false. Well, if it's unfounded and someone's overtly lying, so where's the repercussions for that person? And it's not just one person. We're talking about multiple people. So in the case of my family, the nightmare began 10 years ago. And I'm brittle and getting old because of all of these things that happened to our family. Literally affected me physically, mentally, in every possible way. It was extremely expensive, requiring me to hire a second lawyer during a 6-year marathon family law divorce with a crappy GAL. And I had to pay $300 more an hour out of pocket for someone else just to protect our family. And there was no going to the police. The police weren't going to do anything. There's no law in place about this. If you file a false police report, you're going to hear from the police about that. So this perpetrator, and I'm happy to send you a diagram that I've testified on year after year after year about this, engineered 12 to 20 people to all maliciously attack right out of the gates, thinking that would give them an upper hand in the divorce. And that had such a ripple through effect. It turned, the reputation upside down. Even if it's unfounded, the damage is done, right? And we heard unfounded doesn't mean false. So what do you think that puts in the minds of people around you? Coworkers, neighbors, school officials. When you're trying to advocate for your kids to have an IEP and just to get a free and appropriate education, and so somebody thinks it's funny or cool to get back at you and call something in false, or to actually collude with your ex-husband and get in on it together. 12 to 20 people all made false complaints. Many of them did know you could do anonymously, and they chose to do that in many cases, hiding behind a therapist, even in one case where it was a girlfriend's, she called, her 2 daughters called, the therapist called, and they get layers of protection. Meanwhile, I'm out there in the open, exposed, working my, tail off, trying to keep my household going, keep my kids educated, fed, and everybody happy. And the cost of that almost cost my son a very serious medical condition where we were on the verge of needing expert help. Meanwhile, these are coming in and I'm in a hospital room with a kid with a brain condition. Can you imagine how that feels to somebody? The injustice can never be made right. It's a lot like if you ever read The Scarlet Letter and you walk around, you remember Hester Prynne in the story The Scarlet Letter? She had that emblazoned on her permanently. And so this is not about process. This is not about civil remedy. We have a loophole, and that loophole is causing people to be really harmed. And I'm a case in point about that. I'm literally falling apart now. I have medical issues and all kinds of stuff. It's because I couldn't take care of myself because I had to pay for lawyers. Meanwhile, that person walks scot-free and can still think they can do that. And there was no stopping this person. There was no filter up front. All of them were sent right through. And every time, actually at the end, they actually did say, Mr., I'm not going to say the name, we're starting to catch on a little bit that every time you say something, these things never end up being true. But there's no consequence. So 10 years of harm has ruined the best years of my life. It ruins a lot of other people's lives. It's not just. And I ask you to do something about that and make something happen this year. This bill has really good merit. It's made it very far many times. And we don't want the Senate to kill it like happened last year. Please pass something. Help people. I'm here for more than just me. I'm here speaking for those that can't be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Adam Kaufman.
Thank you.
How's it going, guys?
The key is the red light comes on.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
There
The
it
red
is.
light.
Red light.
My name is Adam Kaufman. Came here to kind of, I guess, express my long, but I can make it a short story.
Please.
I own 3 businesses. I have a daughter that's 7. I have about 4 to 8 DCYF cases against me. I have my daughter full time right now. My ex-wife has supervised visitation with her now. But to get to this point, me and my family was her support system since she was born. And through my divorce, it was weaponized against me, as well as I'm sure it's happened to many others. It sounded like her. I luckily had family that helped me get through it. In terms of lawyer fees, I had to get a lawyer that really had to help me through this process. And the worst case about it was, I felt I was guilty until proven innocence. But the damaging aspect of this was the fact that my daughter was taken away from me overnight when I was her. I picked her up on the bus, dropped her off on the bus, took her to karate, took her to everything. I was the support for the family. My ex-wife did not walk, and she utilized it with her lawyer to prolong the inevitable of trying to just destroy my life and take my family down. And I typically am not someone that comes out and just talks in front of people. So I don't know, I'm kind of flying here. But, I'm lucky, and I just wanted to let everybody know that there's many men that are not as lucky as I am or grateful to have family that was able to help me through the process and help me shield my daughter through the process. And when I talk about that, the difficult thing when I was taken away, she was with someone that was not well. She thought that she could not, she thought she was allergic to the sun. There was a lot of, it was a long process. But I'm very intrigued by this bill just because I did go through the DCYF process. I've talked to 3 or 4 because I had about 4 or 5 cases. And justice did come through. I'm just saying it did because I was patient and I walked the line and I followed the instructions to the T for my daughter. That said, it came out of my daughter's inheritance, her time, with me trying able to even get my ex-wife some help. I'm jumping all over the place because it was literally like a year of chaos, and nothing ever is resolved in terms of it happened, it's done. My daughter is now with me, but the person that just continued to attack is able to still do that. And when you're someone that goes through that, it makes you feel, as well as, you know, you're always unsure and on edge, because you don't know when that's going to happen again. Yeah, I mean, any questions? I've been through it hard, and I've been very transparent through my family, through my friends, through my colleagues. Again, I own 3 businesses. I talk to them all about it. My mom was someone had, she had said that my mom had raped my daughter, that I had raped my daughter. That was to kick it off, and then it just became little things of me taking my daughter out on a boat with my sister and wearing a life jacket, and the life jacket was a little bit too big, and she had a not a bruise, but a rubbing of the life jacket from being in the water, swimming the entire day. My ex-wife took that and went to DCYF and said I abused her. I had pictures of my daughter's arm. It was just a bone. It was just you know.
Sir, we thank you for your testimony.
That's it.
Unfortunately, we're coming up on a hard stop here, but thank you. You have painted a very good picture, and you say you're not so experienced in testifying like this. I think you've done a good job.
Thanks. I
today.
came late. I went to the wrong building. I just showed. And then I was like, you know.
Chair recognizes Frank Coran. Okay, 2 of you got up. What are the odds of that? Okay. You're not Frank. I know Frank.
I'm in for the long haul.
Oh, Frank.
Okay. Thank you, and committee chair, for this opportunity. I come to you to support this bill, and I've got great justification for it and examples of it. First of all, there was a false police report filed on myself and my girlfriend Stacy regarding her granddaughters. At the time, they were 5 and 7 years old, Aria and Nova. We were going through a grandparents' visitation court case with her daughter. And the reason that happened is previously, 9 months earlier, her daughter OD'd on heroin with the kids in the house. So DCYF and law enforcement and the court placed the girls in my girlfriend Stacy's care. She was the grandmother. At that time, she took care of the girls. They would visit on the weekends at my place in Northampton. I live close to the beach. We'd go to the beach, do cookouts, things of that nature, camping, the whole 9 yards. During that 9 months, her daughter was going through her thing to get fixed with counseling and getting off the drugs and things of that nature. We both supported the reunification of her daughter when it was time. During that time, Stacy was the care and custodian of the granddaughters. The state was giving her benefits that were normally going to her daughter, Shelby. Also, there was a Social Security disability for one younger girl, Nova, that Stacy was getting. And at the end of the 9 months, she filed for taxes. Well, at the time that the reunification came along, just prior to it, she made a statement to Stacy that she wanted the benefits and that Stacy needed to pay her. What happened ensued was that she went to DCYF and filed a charge on or abuse on myself and Stacy. Paula, the DCYF caseworker, because they had repetitive issues with the daughter during this whole time, did her due diligence, did the investigation, knew Stacy, and just dismissed the case. It was unfounded. Fast forward a couple of months, and what she did was, after she had the kids, she called the Northampton Police Department and filed charges for abuse on myself and Stacy. And she told us too. I mean, it wasn't anonymous. She says, "I did this to you," and it's like, what's going on? So we talked to the police, and actually, y'all have a copy of the police report. I sent it, and it explains in detail what's going on. They did their due diligence. Officer Whitcomb and the other officers, they interviewed the DCYF caseworker, Paula. Paula told them what was going on. At one point, she even stipulated that she had a conversation with Shelby, that Shelby was angry that her mother was getting the benefits for the kids. Paula took the and told her and tried to explain to her and reason her, hey, look, she legally can get those benefits. Those benefits aren't for her. They're for the girls. You'll get them back once you get reunification. It wasn't good enough for Shelby. And you'll see in the police report, she specifically told the caseworker in the police report that I want my mother to suffer consequences. Now, with that in mind, she stopped letting Stacy see the kids after reunification. So we had to file grandparents visitation. 18 months we went through that, and we still, the Judge Cooper was really respectful about things. He didn't find that Shelby's testimony and evidence was credible. So he says, hey, you guys can have grandparents visitation. Here's the set schedule. Here's the court order. Well, they were concerned Shelby was going to be in contempt and not honor it. And true to form, she didn't honor it. And when going through the court system, when you file for contempt, it takes 3 months, 4 months before you get in front of a judge. With that in mind, we submitted the police report to the judge to look at it. They didn't do anything about it. We had to get a transcript of, there was some physical and verbal abuse in the waiting room of the courthouse. The daughter going after Stacy. We tried to get the video from that. They brushed it under the rug. So a lot of these things were happening. So when we asked the police, when we asked Officer Whitcomb, hey, look, we'd like to file charges against Shelby for falsifying this report, right? She's doing it for a lot of things, get the money. She didn't want to do visitation for the grandparents because there was things that were happening with the kids at home. When the kids came to us, they were somewhat feral and just think, I mean, Stacy put them on a regime. Hey, they had schoolwork to do, they had homework, they had chores, and the kids were getting into it. I mean, I had them raking leaves and collecting firewood at my place so we could do a bonfire, and s'mores. They got all over my house. You know how that is. But it's kids. It's the way it is. So Officer Whitcomb, he says, let me check on it and see if you can. And I says, well, there's House Bill 1111. I think that's what it was prior to that. I says, I think it's going through the process. Can you see if it's been signed off or anything? He goes, let me check on it. So about a week later, he contacted, he says, no, it's nothing. I said, well, what can we do? It's a false report. He goes, there's nothing you can do. There's no segue for us to do this. There's no law that allows you to file a false police report for child abuse. And it was her daughter, because her daughter was down there beating on the desk. And then she went down, and after it was dismissed, she went down and filed again with another set of charges. And they were just getting tired of answering the phone at the police department. When they would call, she would identify who she was, same voice. They're like, here we go again. So nothing has happened. We don't have grandparents' visitations because they came up with one particular law. Something about the nuclear family is, restricted for any reason whatsoever. And that's what her daughter did. For whatever reason it was, whether you don't like the color shirt I'm wearing or the sun or, basically it was because she didn't get the benefits. She felt that she was screwed out of those benefits and she didn't want the girls around. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I hate to do this.
That's fine.
Because you're on a roll, and this really speaks to the bill, but we are up against a stop.
That's fine. Hey, I thank you all for the time.
Thank you for staying. Thank you. And with this, I conclude the hearing on House Bill 243. We will meet again next Tuesday at 10. We never got to a meet and greet with each other, so we will start next time with that. And welcome to the newbies. Glad you're here. And the old bees who are returning.